So when we were attracting talent, there were two people that applied for positions, and they were overlooked that lived in the city for somebody that didn't live in the city. But we're going to attract talent. So as an educator for 29 years, I tell my students, everything that we need to make Paterson successful lives in Paterson. But we're setting ranges to attract talent. But when I look at the jobs that G. Greer posts for the low-level workers, 28,000, I don't see no range to attract talent. Or we want to talk about, well, the unions have to negotiate better. So it's difficult for the unions to negotiate better if you're putting zero on the table. It's difficult for the union to negotiate if, for example, the person's making $30,000 and the city says, oh, we'll give you 3%. So that's $900, 26 paychecks, $34.62 before taxes. So the husband can take his wife to Applebee's once a month for the 2 for $20. Okay? Reality, if you want to bargain in good faith with any of the unions, especially the DPW ones and the meters and the ones that aren't making any kind of substantial money, if you're not looking at the cost of living, which Social Security just got, which is 8.6%, you're not doing them a favor. If it was $35,000, it's $40.38 a paycheck. If it's 40, it's $46.15. Numbers. That's what you want somebody to look into their check and see. But we want to attract talent. The talent's already here. There's no need to put a range when if you need to do something, you can just do it. You need to create guides where the people who are working here diligently every year can see some light at the end of the tunnel. Not see what they're seeing and see everybody else get money and get it approved like they don't matter. Okay? You know me, I don't come down here for nothing because I'm tired of it. Been tired of it for years. Haven't been down here in so many years. But for this, I needed to let you know. This garbage about attract talent, if the talent's not already here, you have no business looking at it in the first place. None whatsoever. I'm just a stone throw away. But if I need to start coming down here to start reminding you of what the people are saying, the people, whether you want to say it's not a raise or whatnot, what they hear is that somebody's getting ready to get something good and I'm not. Okay? So if the people that you're supposed to represent say that this is not something that they want right now, then it shouldn't happen. And if it happens, then you just said to the people, I don't care 2 cents about what you say, what you think, what you feel, and even how important you are until I run again, and then I'm going to come with the hamburgers or the chicken and the special kind of food to entice people to come vote for me. Okay? Okay? Stop the nonsense. Respect the people, because eventually they're going to stop respecting you.
Thank you very much.
I'm glad you had this first. I'm done.
Next speaker, please.
With God's name, good evening.
Good evening.
I just want to say, first of all, I don't know how many of you listened to the prayer that God did for the beginning of this. Joel did. When he said to deliver us from evil. And if you don't think this is evil, then you have another thought coming. Because this is evil, people. And anybody that shares in a blessing, you share that blessing. But if you share in something evil, you're going to get what's coming. And you might not be listening to us because you don't give a 2 cents what we say. Because you already got your 5 to do whatever it is that you're going to do. But I can tell you one thing today. You might be sitting here, but there's a God above you that's going to come and let you know what it is that you're doing to his people. because you don't believe that anymore. You have gotten your sights set on 5. All I need is 5. But I can tell you, the 5 gonna get you in trouble because you don't believe that. See, and one thing God does not like is arrogance. And if you all haven't gotten arrogant because you think you got 5, you better realize why God gave you 5 senses, 5 fingers. Because you have these 2 hands to do something good. But what you gonna do tonight is raise your 5 fingers and do something evil. But we're here to let you know we are not going anywhere. And even though you sit there and stand up and talk to each other while we're talking, it's going to come back to bite you. Because we're not playing. And as the brother said, we're tired of being tired. And as I was listening to an individual today, he said to me, Ms. Muhammad, when they talk about the 2% for our employees, for truck drivers that have CDLs, that comes down to $600 for them at 2%. Why can't you give yourself 2%? Because right now we're feeling like you don't deserve 2%. And you might sit back and lean in your car, in your seat, and think this means nothing. But on your way out, you're going to pay. And you're going to pay dearly. And we're not just talking. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, guys. Hello. So why aren't we up the street at Monique's Comedy Club? Because y'all hilariously funny right now. This is sad. We're still even talking about this. No amount of money will keep or attract any new talent here if we can't control the controllable chaos. You want raises and ranges? I need a police presence in my neighborhood, so much so that I know the cops and their names and their schedule. You want raises and ranges? I need a substation in the 4th Ward. You want raises and ranges? I need the $700,000 in tickets and fines collected, because if I don't pay a bill, they coming for me with interest, and my credit score goes down. You want raises and ranges? I need the garbage collection done properly. Have we thought about giving out garbage bins the same way we did the recycling bins, so that way our neighborhoods could look a little unified? You want raises and ranges? I need safety. Are we listening to the difference? Your wants, my needs. Needs trump wants, if we're gonna prioritize. You want raises and ranges? I need not to be attacked at 10 a.m. when I'm coming home from work in a dead-end street looking for parking with some whacked out, intoxicated, disturbed, half-naked person pulling on my passenger door, trying to get in, and then when I pull off, they hang on to my bar. And I'm on the phone with Paterson Dispatch. I didn't call 911, I wasn't getting transferred. I called dispatch, and it took them 10 to 12 minutes to get a unit over there. If my kids would have been in my car, this would have been a whole different conversation, and I would have been in the headlines. The shit show is coming in to my backyard. My neighbor's peace is being disturbed, so my peace is being disturbed. I'm tired of being told, move out the 4th. The 4th is the worst. It's not. We need some enforcement. You want the raises and the ranges? I want enforcement. I want loitering laws. You want raises and ranges? I need fines to be collected. I need consistency with the fines for the street parking and the street cleaning. You want raises and ranges? I need red light blocked intersection cameras to get money. Your wants do not trump my needs. Your wants do not trump my children's needs. My children deserve to be able to play in my beautiful ass backyard, but we can't because we're in the season of gunshots or fireworks. I need cops in my neighborhood driving up and down River Street, Highland Street, Rosa Parks. I want to know their names. I want to know their schedules. I want them around. We're getting new cars, right? they can go and drive around in my neighborhood. Your wants don't trump my needs. Prepárense to have boils in your third eye if we get the raises and the ranges.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Council. My name is Billy Prempa from 96 Butler Street, Paterson, New Jersey, the 4th Ward. And, say what? Congressman Billy Prempa. Nice to meet you. Thank you, Mike Jackson. But my name is Billy Prempa. I'm running for Congress. But that's not why I'm here today. The reason why I want to speak is today the mayor is deciding to vote on an increase. And as you can see, there's a lot of people here in the city that don't seem to agree with that. At the end of the day, when you guys walk out of here, keep in mind that the people are watching you and the people are paying attention to that. Because over the past 4 years under this mayor, violent crime has gotten higher and higher and higher and higher. And it seems like there's no end in sight. In areas where we need to have a police presence, we don't have a police presence. The taxes are going through the roof while the mayor continues to sell out the city, and we see all these cardboard apartments popping up all across the city while taxes increase for all of us civilians here. So I want you guys to ask yourself, are you voting on this because you believe you deserve the paycheck, or do you believe the city of Paterson deserves a paycheck? Because what I think would make a lot more sense is, like, if we're gonna talk about raises, I think we should increase the budget for the DPW, for example, and get a lot more of these workers where they need to be. As you guys know, like, I'm always out helping whenever I need to. Whenever there's something that needs to be cleaned up, I'm always one of the first people to come and say, I'm down to be there. And the DPW is significantly understaffed. So for you guys that are here, I'm really begging you all here. The people are watching you, and they need better change. And that's why I decided to get involved in this. So with that being said, I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Francis Harrison. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
As we know, elections have consequences. We're in a season, taxation without representation. This city is a melting pot that has been divided by all of y'all. All this ward stuff here and ward stuff over there, and getting stuff for myself and getting stuff for that one has divided this melting pot. We have showed up as a community a number of times with things that we were not for, against it, had our voices heard or half listened to, and it still passed. So we know there is no empathy for the people of Paterson. None, zero. And because one of you have come in for 4 years, no votes, no running for election, you show up, you got a job. Now this is the last hurrah. That'll be your 5 that you need to do this, because y'all don't care about Paterson. You look at, we're running on grants and bonds. There are so many grants that have been put out there that have not been completed or taken care of. In 2020, streetscape, Vreeland Avenue, grant out there for that. Paid someone to do the diagram or whatever the heck they were going to do about Vreeland Avenue. Zero. Grants for Eastside Park, 2 of them, 2018 and 2021. Now you're waiting on more grants, more bonds, money that's coming to this city. It's all a shell game. A shell game that it's obvious there is no empathy or caring about what the city of this community needs and wants from you people. And they do not deserve no raise because they can't even answer an email or a phone call when you call for somebody. And if you don't have a relationship with somebody, you can't even get an answer, even to the point of the council. No community meetings explaining to your constituents what the hell is going on in this city. If you don't go out there and try to find it and try to find out what's going on, I don't see none of y'all doing nothing. And you getting $7,000 versus somebody else getting $50,000 is ridiculous. Think about the city and what it looks like. You guys live here. You see the dirt, the filth, the attics, the garbage not being picked up. You see all of this and how you can sit there and not listen to your constituents' concerns. You call the police, never come. When was it? 2 years ago. Oh, we're going to have patrols running through the different
Ms.
wards.
Harris, if you can please wrap up.
Never happened. I'll end up. Y'all know what the problem is. We all are standing up here saying the same thing. No raises. Do the work, do the job that you were hired for, and take care of this city.
Thank you. Next speaker.
God bless Paterson. This is not the same city that I was raised in. All I have to say, the mayor do not deserve no raise. I'm gonna tell you why. Paterson, New Jersey is the third largest city in New Jersey. People are suffering. You got all these developers coming here building nice, beautiful buildings now. But people like me and most people in here cannot afford it. $2,100 a month? $2,300 a month, but you want to raise? Then you walk down the streets in the downtown area, you just want to shop in peace. You got drug addicts right here, and then you got, on the other side, you got homeless people. You can't even, and the city got money to build homeless shelters and more drug rehab programs. What are you doing with the money? But you want to raise. Another thing, I'm going to remind you, this is the third largest city in New Jersey. No community center buildings. No performing arts center buildings. No jobs. The streets is dirty. Every other day you got drive-by shooting. But you want to raise. You say, I don't got nothing against the mayor, but it's like this. If I got to do my job, clean up at the parking authority, clean up trash, and I do a great job, I expect the mayor to do a good job. And then you don't got no relationship with the city council. You acting like 10, 9-year-olds on national TV. Don't you know people in other states and cities looking at the council meeting? Cause y'all decided to go on YouTube. Not the people. Y'all should have never went on YouTube. Because right now, you're making the city look bad. It's time for us, before anybody get a raise, it's time for us to work together. That's how you build a city. But no, nobody. The mayor, his administration, y'all do not deserve a raise. Clean up the city first.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, honorable city council members. My name is Lester Ellis. I don't live in Paterson, but I worship in Paterson for over 20-odd years. When I entered the building, I saw a sign that spoke about the mayor's wellness program. I find that interesting. I wonder when that or how that's going to take effect. When I tried to have a sign put up on Van Houten Street, I asked the Block Association president, I said, listen, maybe we need to put up some signs that say, you know, Block Association or this and that is going on, because you all are well aware that there's prostitution on Van Houten Street. I'm sure all of you know that. Openly. So, but then I was riding down River Road and I saw there's a sign that says, panhandling is a violation, as the man walked past me with a paper cup and a sign saying he was homeless. So I'd like to pose the question and ask you, you can't take garbage to Wayne and leave it there. So why are you taking their children that you know they don't reside in Paterson, since you're talking about wellness and equality of life? Why is every surrounding town that keeps their property value up high, they send all of their garbage to Paterson and Paterson receives it? those of you who live in Paterson, are you concerned about the quality of life for the residents? What about the citizen that can't afford to move? So you mean to tell me 4 to 5 times a day, daily, I clean up in front of my church, the whole block. I have a leaf blower, I have everything I need in my truck. I take it out, I clean the entire block. I'm not here to ask the city council to clean the street for me. I'm a man of God, I'll do it myself. And I was raised to clean up where I live. So I don't need your help to clean up my block. I don't need your help to remove the drug dealers and the prostitutes. I do that myself. But what I'm here to tell you today, when I move it out of my area, it's coming to your area. So the prostitutes that are on Van Houten Street right now, when I move them from Van Houten Street, they're going to seek some other place of revenue. And where are they going to go to? Wherever your other residents live at in Paterson. So if you're concerned about the people of Paterson, if you're concerned about where you live, you hold, God has allowed you to be in a position of authority. My question to you is, whether the people like you or not, what is God saying about you? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Madam President, Madam Vice President, to our mayor in his absence, Dr. King once said, though I was initially disappointed at being categorized as extremist, he said, as I continued to think about the matter, I gradually gained a measure of satisfaction from that label. Was not Jesus an extremist for love? Love your enemies and bless them that curse you. Do good to them that hate you and pray for them that despitefully use you and persecute you. Was not Amos an extremist for justice? Let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. We don't conduct ourselves in a manner that exhibits respect or integrity, nor justice, nor righteousness. And it just hinders progress. We are here for one reason, and one reason only, and that's to be a service for the people. Brother Jackson, I mention him because he's just about the only one that shows visibly. You know, when I moved from job to job, it was because I wanted more money. You don't like your present salary, you are free to leave and accept a position elsewhere. From my understanding, and I've only been here for 2 years, as I said, from time to time again, so it's a drastic difference from New Orleans to New Jersey. Brother Jackson, when I went to the market, I left out with just milk, eggs, and butter. And I spent over $50. I had no ribs like I like it. I had no steak like I like it. And then I had to go back home and pay $1,600 rent. I just met Director. I think he's a great guy. He's a comedian. I love his jokes. But at the end of the day, I can't say, Director, he can have a boost to his salary while I have to go home. And I have to figure out if I want to eat today or buy tissue to wipe my backside. So these are real issues that each one of your constituents and people in your ward deal with on a daily basis. So all I have to say is that from my understanding, this city isn't composed of wealthy families. There are low income and seniors. So I leave saying we are better together and as one.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brittany Hunt, Paterson Fire Department, OEM Central Dispatch Center, also referenced as the Communications Division. My shift began at 6:30 a.m. At 7:43 a.m., the phone rang. 911, where's your emergency? Ma'am, I need help. I need help. The baby's not breathing. What do you mean the baby's not breathing? He's not breathing, miss. He's not moving. Okay, tap the bottom of his foot. Tap the bottom of his foot. What is he doing? Ma'am, he's not moving. I need help. Please send help. Sir, I'm gonna tell you how to do CPR. I'm gonna walk you through CPR. You have to start chest compressions. How old is the baby? He's only 2 months, miss. He's only 2 months. I need help. Help me. Sir, you have to start chest compressions. Use your middle finger and your index finger, and you start the chest compressions. I'm gonna count with you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Count to 15. We get to 15. Okay, you have to give the baby 2 rescue breaths. Ma'am, I can't. It's blood in this baby's nose. By 8:05, we were told that the baby had been pronounced as a DOA. A DOA is dead on arrival. The baby didn't survive. At 8:09, we received a call for help the very same day. A girl had stopped breathing. By 8:16 a.m., the responding officer was requesting a supervisor because that call, too, was a DOA. At 11:01, we received a call that a woman had been hanging out of a window. She was attempting to commit suicide. This is just to provide you all with a brief synopsis of what we, every person here, as telecommunicators, dispatchers, experience on a daily basis. I heard the timer. I'm just not done. Mayor, council, unfortunately he's not here. The mayor, I was wishing he was. But at the meeting on June 14th, you guys discussed raises. In that very same meeting, Council President Davila, in response to Councilman Velez, who is not here either, you stated there is over 180 residents in the city of Paterson, and we serve all, I quote. So the difference between us and you all, Council President, we don't just have the privilege of just serving the residents of Paterson. In fact, we serve the 180 plus residents of Paterson. We also serve the residents of Prospect Park, Heldon, North Heldon, Woodland Park, Elmwood Park, and also William Patterson College for our EMS services. Council, business administrator, and again, the mayor, all members of the panel. It is important that you all understand that we have an employee list of over 40 plus individuals. And of that 40, many of us work 2 jobs or just somehow depend on a second income to make ends meet, It is absolutely a disgrace that not only is our contract 3 years outdated, but to make matters worse, employees at fast food restaurants receive a greater salary than we do. That is, considering the fact that we save lives, and this is not to take away from anyone who work in fast food. In fact, we are thankful and appreciative of them for their services. We are not here to disrespect anyone. However, we're tired of being disrespected. We're tired of being overlooked. We're tired of feeling unappreciated. We're tired of that 2% increase that we are constantly offered during contract negotiations. And more importantly, as a unit, we're tired of struggling. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Yeah, my name is Willie Peterkin, resident of Paterson, long life, born and raised here. And I joined this unit 3 years ago. I used to be told they're rude, they this, they that, they this. Guess what? They're not that. Every day, the phone rings from the time we get in, from the time we leave. They just announced us as first responders. Wow. Guess what? We the first one before the police, the fire, and EMS gets there. As she just told you about the baby, we get that constantly every single night. Yes, you guys call us for noise complaints, but guess what? When we got a shooting, a baby, someone getting stabbed, those are the first priorities that comes out. So when y'all come to us telling us we don't know what we're doing, or are we not out there putting police in a certain area because of noise complaint, I want you to go talk to that person that baby just died. I want you to talk to the person that just got shot in the head this weekend, or the other 5 people that got shot, or the gentleman said, where's his brother? You all know me. I've been here all my life. I do good things in this community. These guys deserve a better raise than 2%. This contract, they haven't received a raise, I believe, since 2017. We keep talking about 2%. We keep going to the table, the table, the table. They haven't spoken to us in a month. This should have been done already. And I know we said, oh, you know, we want to attract more people. Here's your people right here that you're attracting. We're here. So if you want to do a scale them, because they're the first ones, even, and no disrespect to DPW, but guess what? When y'all call for DPW, guess who you got to call? You got to call us first. When something happens to your families, guess who you're calling? You're calling these guys back here. So 911, Paterson Central Dispatch, that's what's about of Paterson. You talk about taking care of our residents. These are all residents of Paterson right behind me. So let's take care of them. Let's do that. Let's think about that at the end of the day. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. I'm going to respectfully ask, and I understand, and everyone here today and what they're speaking upon is important, but we are in a public hearing specifically for item number 1, so let's keep it to that.
I'll save myself for.
Thank you. We're going to have a public portion for the rest of the constituency.
Whenever you guys ready.
Next speaker.
Kimmy Freeman, 3rd Ward. I just came from work. Huh? What? Oh, is that you? I wasn't going to come back down to the city council anymore after the despicable election that we had in May. I've been a resident of Paterson for 52 years. 52 years. I have never seen the city in such a bad shape. Last night, while I was trying to drop somebody off by School 4, I almost ran into a shooting. First, I thought it was firecrackers while I was approaching the store in back of School 28. Then I realized people were running and shooting while they were running. I had to stop my car. I almost went past North Main Street. I backed up, so I said, oh, they started shooting this way. This is the second shooting I've seen. 2 years ago, those 7 kids got shot on Carroll Street. I'm parked right across the street. I saw those 7 kids get shot and 4 of them died. I just found out on Exit Street, 5 people got shot. I've been coming to the city council 30 years, maybe. I've been a school teacher, social worker, coach, activist, the whole 9 yards. I was gonna just throw the towel in and got to the point where I don't care. My taxes are sky high and the streets are terrible. Legal department, my 30,000 car, my Hemi Charger, hit a manhole. So you guys can expect, this is the 3rd request. I had 2 other cars get jacked up because of these roads, all right? Paterson's filthy. I lived on Governor Street during the 70s, and I've never seen so many drug addicts in the city of Paterson. I don't think the mayor or anybody who works in the administration should get any kind of raise. If anything, how about you lower my property taxes, all right? How about I can go somewhere and don't have to be afraid to get shot? I'm to the point now, I told Councilman Mims, back in 1970, there were a group of kids that lived on Governor Street, Godwin Ave, and an old lady got mugged. It was one of my friend's grandmother. There was about 12 of us. We started a block patrol. We were 10, 11, 12 years old. And for 2 years, nobody touched nobody. We were kids. I told Mims, I'm gonna have of Paterson Panther Patrol. I don't need your permission. I don't need your permission. The park over there, Barber Park over there, it's a shame. I will volunteer so those kids can play in that park. 8-foot fences around our high schools. I'm lemon drive. I go to other communities, there's no fences. You treat our kids like prisoners, that's where they're gonna go. I don't wanna go back to the jail to help my former students get GEDs. You guys are doing a terrible job. There's a few people on here that I respect that are doing a good job. You know who you are. I'm not gonna mention names. But you guys are elected officials. I taught social studies and civics for over 30 years. You guys are doing a terrible job. There's third world countries that are doing better than we are. My people from Ethiopia, and they're doing better over there than I'm doing here. The poorest country on earth. And they say, please come home. I say, I can't. My children are here. And like I said, I was gonna walk away. But you know what made me stop? I was watching Power. And the white prosecutor said, if I walk away, I'm an accessory to the crimes that are being committed. So I can't walk away. I'm gonna do this. Like I said, 1970, we had no permission to do it. No person got mugged in 2 years on Godwin Ave between Carroll Street and Arch Street. Nobody. And we were kids. God's doing a terrible job. And the police, you guys can't stop all this crime. Unless you get jobs. People need jobs. And another thing, right? During the election, I said I'm pro-black. I'm pro-black. We gotta do a better job, man. And like I said, some of the black leadership, despicable. Despicable. I have people who I admired for years and years and years. I'm finished with them. All talk and no walk. I'm going to do that thing, Mims. I'm just getting my crew together. And we're going to do what we have to do. And the government's not doing a good job. I think we got to protect our own people. And I'm going to make money to build that community center and the school. I'm going to do that. I'm from the 4th Ward.
Thank
and I'm
you.
proud to be the 4th Ward. And this city is in shambles. And Andre, he really, you know what? He got some damn nerve. Really. Terrible. Terrible. The city is terrible, in terrible shape.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Next speaker.
Good evening to all. Paterson, wow. I mean, it's a shame. Y'all should all just look at everything, because what you're doing to these residents, us people, it's like a slap in the face. The city is turning to shit. There's garbage all over. There's panhandlers all over. There's outsiders all over. Do you go to Fairlawn and Elmwood Park and see any of this? We'll get kicked out of there. We're not allowed. So why is it allowed here? Half of their people are in here, but we're allowing them. In every exit, it's a garbage trail. That's the entry to Paterson. I mean, it's a damn shame that the authorities that we have right now, you asking for a raise? We have dispatchers, you just heard it. I mean, we have officers that start off. I'm one of them that was going to become one, but I didn't want $12 to $13 an hour. I deserve more than that. Okay? Especially to save someone's life, which is why we have the corruption that we do in the city with this rogue police department that does not know if it starts from the top or the bottom, in the middle, around. We don't know. We find lieutenants, sergeants, regulars, rookies, all of them are corrupt. The biggest corruption and how can I say this? The biggest corruption criminal is in there. The cover-up is bigger than the corruption, unfortunately, because there's levels. There's one detective, there's one sergeant, there's lieutenant. It all starts from above. And, I mean, it's just a shame. We come here, I've been coming here week after week after week. Everyone that comes up here tells you there's gunshots, kids are getting shot from left to right. You can't have no summer. You're talking about spending millions and billions on parks. Who the hell's gonna take their kids to a park they're at risk of getting killed? I'd rather stay home in the house with my kids and figure it out than risking coming out and not coming back with a kid. That's my fear. So I think us as a city, and then we have all these city cameras. How about them $50,000? You grab that and put it in for the safety of these people, these children. A grown man that went missing in a park where the divas play. Didn't they just go to Puerto Rico or something like that, right? I'm not worrying about that. But what I'm saying is, the bigger picture is you have to show protection and not like you're slapping us in the face with all the shit. Because we already see everything. You come out and you can't walk at night. You can't get to your car. You got a prostitute passing you up. Somebody want $1. Somebody want this. Homeless shelters. You have nothing recreational, not even recreational for the kids. You offer recreational summer program with no AC, no water for these children. So you're dehydrating our children. They're about to pass out and faint. You won't even have an EMT on site.
Thank you very much. We have a motion.
Move to close. Second.
Move to close by Councilman Ellis, second by Councilman Abdulaziz. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 1. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Clerk. To our dispatchers and Madam BA, even if there's an impasse or a disagreement, we should be at the table, right? And any negotiation, no one should be without a contract, and hopefully we get back at the table. But I am going to say something that we had a retreat on Saturday. And to the people that spoke about DPW and the lowest employees, I asked a question to the DCA, and I hope you guys take this because that's a public agency that's out of Trenton. And everyone in this council was in that room when I asked this question. And to a point for DPW, the lowest employees that we said that weren't paid, everyone was in that room except one council person. I said to our monitor that we have to follow their MOU. I said, I think one thing that this administration and this council will agree, if we raise the minimum salary to $50,000. I said that. I asked her, I said, if we came and we said we all support as a body, we want to pay every single employee minimum $50,000. She said, we won't approve it. Specifically, she said, we won't approve it. She says, that's not in your MOU. So I suggest take what you're telling us, flood the DCA, and ask them to grant a waiver to the city. Because I think we all agree, the lowest employees, and I'm just going to speak for myself. I was in that meeting, and every council person, I'm sorry, except 2 ones are standing on this dais, and the councilman-elect was in that room for this retreat, and that's the facts. That's the facts. Even if we all agreed, put the money in the budget, right? They said we won't approve it, and you'll be at risk for losing $18 million. That's her exact words to me in that room. So just to say, anyone that wants these raises, call DCA, tell them grant a waiver for the administration for us to get that. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe that I'm hearing everyone here regarding the raises, and I reminded my council colleagues that we did raise maybe 3 or 4 years ago from 25,000 to 30. We did. And I know that it might not can go to 50, but it can go to more than 5. You know, I can't take 30 and go to 50. But I know we had discussed that. We had discussed it because I was here when we went from 25 to 30 for all employees. You know, we fought hard for even the CDL license out of DPW. But I just want to say, we hear you. I'm not. No, I'm saying we did that before you came on. No, that was before you came on. That's what I said. Wait a second.
Councilwoman, you know that we can't have a back and forth.
Wait a minute. I'm saying, we know what they said in our meeting in DCA. Basically, the meeting was about to tell us as elected officials, legislators, mayors, administrators, you know, our role. But we know that it was done. It was done already. So I want to say, and I hear you, Ms. Brittany Hunt, you know, I'm not quite sure if John Houston has that baby that you were on the phone with, that they couldn't bring back to life. That would, you know, that they couldn't, because when you call 911, you expect to get someone quickly. You know, I mean, I've been waiting out here for 3 years, 4 or 5 years for that call center. That you ladies can be, and gentlemen can see where everybody is, where the EMTs are, where the police department car is. You can see it. Those are the type of stuff that you need to make sure that we can get services. But there's so many things that we clearly need to get done. Are we gonna be able to get it done? Yes, we can. Some of the things that we can. So I have more remarks when we get ready to vote, because after we close this public portion, we get ready to vote. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, let me start by saying this, Ms. Hunt, and all of the members of the dispatch. First, let me take my hat off to you. I'm gonna take my hat off to you for multiple reasons, not just the job you do every day, not just the sacrifices you make, but having enough courage to come before that microphone, because we all know how vindictive and revengeful things can be. But they want to try to silence you by threatening your job. We got an example of that sitting right in the front. Not one of the only highest performing employees in the last several years of the community wound up getting a pink slip to get terminated. You know, it's difficult for me, because I don't come here for what most other people come here for. I could really care less about being elected. I've said that all the time. I come here to make sure that my people, our community, the people get treated fairly. I'm gonna stay diligent on that fight. You know, I remember being a kid playing for, I think it was Marty Barnes. I had a teammate, a lot of you guys know, he called himself Ham now. His name was Demetrius Muhammad. Things would happen, and he started crying on the field. Most people see him crying, right? And think that, oh, you know, he must be a little soft. Sure enough, he hit a home run while he crying. And I mean, I got a lump in my throat hearing some of the circumstances, because I look at it as if it could easily be my family. Those people that's suffering every single day, that's our people out here. When I'm watching these young men that was so promising just 2 years ago as seniors in a high school, now selling drugs or doing whatever they're doing on our corners, and we don't even give a damn about them. We don't care about what happens in our community. For them to so callously come here and demand a $50,000 increase, more than what the average employee makes here, on top of an already six-figure salary, where they don't even have to be responsible to report the work, that's embarrassing. That's disrespectful. But you know what? It's your fault. It's all our fault. All the years watching this go on, we're letting somebody come into your event, dancing to you, singing your songs. That's disrespectful, but you let the disrespect happen. So now that it's happening, you know, so when they don't see it as you, when they don't see it as your brother could have been their brother easily, it doesn't matter to them. So I was in the same meeting with the DCA. It was a disrespectful, insulting meeting. They had a meeting to tell us how we're supposed to act, as if we're not astute enough to read the code of Robert's Rules of Order, or how things are supposed to be conducted. But they're not looking at the corruption in the city. I was just in the old Christopher Hope building. I'm watching 5- and 7-year-olds climb over 9-foot walls. Climb over like it's just regular business. No play areas there, while the owners of these facilities are making millions of dollars, and we ain't getting shit. So if people got a problem with how I conduct myself on this dais, I beg for them to make me change, because I will not. I come here for one reason every day. I put my gloves on to fight on your behalf. And this right here, I'm going all the way. Because this is an embarrassment. This is an embarrassment. When they could tell you that you should not talk about someone's lack of credentials, when you forget go hire somebody from outside the city, when they don't have a college degree, they don't have the experience that's called for, and yet they still get a job and paid double of what the person who has an engineering degree, who has the credentials, who worked for the city for 25 years, it's an insult. They don't care about you. They don't care about you. And if this isn't saying that in your face, what is it saying? So I'm not going to keep going for now. I got more, of course, but let me just get it warmed up. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
We're closing
We are closing the
public
public
hearing.
portion.
I know what we're doing. I don't need anyone else to talk to me about decorum and
Councilman
what I need.
Shaheen,
I said, let me get it
continue.
warmed up. I'm entitled to vote no. In the closing the public portion,
Councilman
as well as
Shaheen,
anything
continue.
else.
Councilman, I did not say anything. Some of us like to do sound bites, okay? Dispatch are here. Madam BA, Corporation Council, as a council member, what can I do for them with this contract negotiation? Or is between administration and the dispatch union? Can you answer me, please? So there's nothing as a council member I can do. It's between the administration and the
Bargaining
dispatch union, labor union. They are the one who got to get the contracts done. Please talk back to me. Please.
Councilman.
That's the fact. I cannot be on the negotiation table, give them a raise or anything. So we need to know.
Councilman, don't answer that.
Oh,
Just,
okay.
Councilman, just vote.
Okay, so is the job of the administration and the dispatch union to get a contract together? Also, I hear a lot of misinformation here regarding this ordinance. We're rushing in. This has been in the conversation for 3 years. Please don't, please, I'm speaking. When you spoke, nobody said anything to you. It was your time. So I'm speaking. So let me speak.
I'm sorry,
It's
one
my
second.
time.
One second. I'm going to respectfully ask, the councilman has the floor. While the public hearing was open, no one was interrupted. Please allow the councilman to continue.
In this ordinance, specifically, only two, mayor and the council members will get the increase. But they have the option to waive it. Okay, opt out or waive it. That means they're not gonna take it. Any one of us could opt out of it. That's one thing. All the other salary increases, is a range. The administration, whatever they're making, their salary, I believe, gonna stay the same unless the mayor give them a little raise. There's a range there. So there is no absolutely concrete increase there. And that's all I'm gonna say. And we come up with misinformation and try to do a good soundbite. It doesn't go for me. And my vote is no. No, my vote is yes to close the public portion. Thank you.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam President. Before I vote to close the public portion, I just want to thank the first respondent, our dispatcher, for coming in front of the mic and share your experience on your day-to-day operation, on your job. I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, because a lot of members of this community don't understand the skill, the job, what you're going through in your job, and the day by day. And I will pray that this administration pay attention to those positions, to our DPW. Very often I speak about investing in human capital. You know what that means in my point of view? When I pay you the right salary, when I pay you a decent salary that with your job you could be able to put food on the table, you're gonna be able to give your children a better quality of life, a better education, and that's the conversation that we need to have in the community. The cities are struggling. We have a lot of family that they have 1 and 2 jobs and they're still struggling and to have a roof over their head, struggling for food. We have a serious problem in our community with the violence. I do believe that this is not the right time for this, but we need to have a conversation about our community. This community is suffering. The high crime rate that we have, the lack of service that our residents are getting, the high taxes, and very soon our taxpayers, they're gonna be hit with another 2% tax increase. Those are the conversations. Our community are struggling. We have families that are losing their property because they can't afford it to pay their taxes. And we're talking about salary range. I don't agree with salary range. Let me explain to you why. Once we say yes to this legislation, and the range is gonna be from 100 to 160,000, I have no more power. The administration could say, you know what, you're making 100, I'm gonna increase you to 160,000, and I have no say. If we're gonna have if you're gonna have another dialogue, we could come back with this legislation. Let's talk about another formula. But I'm very concerned with the salary range. The community spoke loud and clear, and all I want to say to all of you is thank you, because that's the way people are feeling out there. The community is suffering, they're struggling, they want safety, they want services, and that's the conversation that we should be having at this moment. But with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you. Councilman Mims? And so I'm going to say more before I vote. And I said some things 2 weeks ago when I voted. What's really sad, and I thank the telecommunication workers that did come out and everyone that spoke on tonight, but I also want to thank every employee that called me to meet with them and talk to them because they were afraid to come because they didn't know if they would have their job. And they were afraid to come to speak on their own behalf, and they said, we don't know what to do, crying. Some of them are sleeping in cars, they have no place to live, and it is just a sad situation. I wasn't in the meeting on Saturday because my daughter is getting married, and I was not in that meeting. But to hear it said that they would not increase salaries for our employees, but the same entity is who this is going to go to, if it's approved, for them to approve it. So how do they say we're not going to give it to the employees, but we'll give it to the administrative staff and the people that are identified? I wasn't in the meeting, but I think that's really, really sad. And it doesn't matter if it's 5 people over 1,000 people. We're in a city where there should be equity, and there should be fairness. And what's just alarming and it's heart-wrenching because we've had probably almost 30 shootings over the last few days. Over the last few days. I'm not talking about weeks and months. Over the last few days. And I don't know if you've been on the other side of the phone with those family members calling and screaming because they don't know what's going on. They don't know who to turn to, and then they find out later that their loved one is no longer here. People that have no place to live, people whose taxes are going up, rent is through the roof. These are conversations every day, even before this was presented. So to see this before us, it really hurts my heart, really to the core. Really to the core, to see that in the midst of employees who have worked for this city for decades, they've been here way longer than any of us. And my thing is, where is the fight for those people? Where is the fight for them? Where's the advocacy for the people that we call them, where they're dumping all over the city? We promised cameras, and they're dumping in the same spots. I have to call DPW, they're dumping again. They're dumping. Who has to go? DPW. When it came to the pandemic, who was right there? The nurses and all the people in the health department. 911 calls,
dispatchers. We could go on and on because we talk about DPW, but it's a whole bunch of people whose salaries are very low throughout the city and the 1,400 plus employees that work here. But what's really sad to me is that these are Paterson residents that this is being done to. They live here. They're suffering through it. And the median income in Paterson is $24,243. Did you hear that? That's the average income of people that live here. $24,000. That's less than some of the raises that's going to happen. We are the legislative body, and we're here to approve or disapprove legislation. And like Councilman Mendez has already stated, if this is approved, that's it. You give a blank check. You give a blank check out. And at that point, there's nothing you can do until later you say, well, we gave it, let's retract it. Well, can you count to 5? Can you count to, we may not get there. So my job as a legislator is to make sure that I advocate on the behalf of the taxpayers, the employees who place us in this seat. And I know it's public portion, but you know why I'm going to vote no? I'm voting no for every person that could not come to the mic because they thought they were going to lose their job. So I'm voting no to close the public portion, just in proxy for all the employees, all the taxpayers that could not come to this meeting. My vote is no to close the public portion.
Councilman Rivera.
Something I have never done in 4 years is misinform the public. So let me give you a few facts. Listen, just entertain me for a minute. I got 2 minutes. You guys are great. So someone mentioned 2% levy. A 2% levy is mandated by the state, and it not necessarily have to translate on an increase to a homeowner. If your ratables go up, if there's more construction and your ratables go up, the 2% tax levy doesn't translate into an increase to a homeowner. Now, you want to talk about increases? A lot of the increases that you have seen in the city of Paterson in the past few years are not under our control. Your tax bill is made up of 5 parts. You have school district county, 2 portions of it is county. You have the school district, and you also have the library tax, right? So you have to look at the whole bill. Something that we have done as a council. When we started 4 years ago, DPW didn't have equipment. That's what we were told. We asked why the service is not being provided. They didn't have equipment. This council here has pushed the administration to make sure they get whatever equipment they have asked for. This is what's under our control. This council pushed for the cops to have body cameras. This council. We pushed for it, though. That's what we could do. We purchased them, and some of them are using them. We have approved all the resources that we asked the administration what they needed to provide the services. This is what we could do as council members. We're talking about this ordinance here. Let's get back to this ordinance. Oh, now it's under our control. We approved the administration of almost $300 million budget. What do you think? They don't give increases to whoever they want? We don't have no control over that. Once the budget is approved, now they have the legal authority to spend money without our authorization when it comes to salaries. We don't have to approve increases. We're talking about a handful of people that this conversation we had in finance, this ordinance was entertained when I was president, and I never let it get to the floor. Never. So it's not something new. You could laugh all you want, some of my council colleagues, but I actually know what I'm doing. I actually know what I'm voting on. That's what I know. I could tell you for a fact that this right here, the only ones that will get an increase automatically are the mayor and council, and they're able to opt out. And it is so minimal, it doesn't affect a resident at all. That's how small it is. But the same way I see people lining up here, you have all your right to line up. I'm just curious where we have been in the past 3 years when we're getting double-digit increases from other agencies, from other entities. Where are these people that are coming here to protest of potential increases? Because we're not voting on increases for the cabinet today. We're voting on ranges. Now, if the mayor decides to do that, DCA has to approve it also. Hold them accountable. You have a budget. I believe with 6 votes, you could reduce any item on the budget. If the administration decides to give the BA an increase, let's say, of $50,000, like some are saying over here, when it's time for us to approve the budget, you could reduce a line item. They cannot transfer money. They could only transfer money the last 2 months of the year. And the state law says that you cannot overspend any line item on your budget during the year. So that takes that away from them. But you know what? I just wish that my council, and I wasn't going to take this tone, my council members take some time to understand what their duties are and stop misinforming the public. Because it is sad. It is sad. Why is it that some of my colleagues have to respond when I say, I haven't said any names. If the shoe doesn't fit, don't worry about it. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez.
I just want to calm the dispatchers, DPW union members, health department members of any union, 19 unions that we have in the city of Paterson. We challenge this administration, the previous administration, and since I've been here since 2016, challenge that administration to be fair and just with anything that they put on the table in negotiation. You could go on the record and look what we say every time we ask to be fair with every contract in the city. That's the only thing that we could do. Be fair. Talk to them. Madam BA could testify that I make my own calls personally to her to bring every contract that's already settled or to need to be settled to bring it to the council to approve. But that's retroactive. We don't want to get more in depth. So we do our part as legislator of this city to make sure that across the board it's a fair and just process. I recommended once to create a committee of laborers to be at least informed what was spoken or the conversation taken in two sides. We cannot do that because that's an administration decision. Dispatchers, I think I'm the one that calls at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And they know me. Sometimes, listen, we understand the frustration. And Madam Clerk, just give me a few seconds. Madam President, please. We feel you. We all out in the same boat. But the administration has to come forward with your request. I say in the past, and my colleagues could know this, if you settle for less, it's not our fault. You know what to do, Teamster. You know your bylaws. And I don't have to remind you of your bylaws. Every union has bylaws. You know what to do. I leave it like that. Last but not least, I want to clarify the record here because this ordinance has a statute, a New Jersey statute. And based on that statute, sorry, sometimes I bring the Puerto Rican accent. Okay? So, salary, wages, or compensation fixed and determined by ordinance may, from time to time, be increased, decreased, or altered by ordinance. So the same way this is here, the same way this could be resent with a cause and justification to do the same.
So I'm not gonna debate with my colleague what he just said, because a lot of things he's saying here just to make noise. But the action is different. The action is different. People say, where are the people that's supposed to be doing for you guys? I will ask that question. Where's my right when they have to do the same thing? So, goes back and forth. DCA tell us the road have two ways. And I think we have learned a lot this past weekend. Some people will now agree, and that not agreement is subject to us one day. And remind it, everyone here, one day we all going to be ending in court the way some people acting in this side. Okay? And let me tell you something. One thing I gotta say, you know why people here use profanity language when they come here? Don't blame them. They got their free of speech. But if we use it in this side, that's what they're gonna use in the other side. So, respect, deserve respect in every level. And dispatchers and union, don't be afraid. We're not in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s that the law did not exist when retaliation was in front of them. Everybody look at that picture back there. So let's go back to what he said and let's put it to practice, because we cannot live intimidation just because we just want to put intimidation out there. I dare anyone that comes to this podium, that comes to the Rights of Portion Act, that is the law, to take retaliation against anyone that comes to that podium. I'm going to say other things later on with this ordinance because I'm simulating some stuff today. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Madam President.
So everyone here has seen, we are almost 2 hours, all right? So I don't want anyone coming back and saying, oh, the council meetings. As you can see, this closing portion was a vote yes or no to just close the public hearing. So everyone has put their statements forth. We're about 35 to 40 minutes just on this side of closing. I appreciate every person that came to the public hearing and spoke. That is your right. So there's no time limits there. And I truly want to say this, you know, to the dispatchers. I actually know some of you. I really appreciate you, Ms. Brittany Hunt, as being the spokesperson, and Mr. Peterkin as well, and everyone else. I can say this, my Vice President, Councilman Kalik, he spoke, he said truth. We, the council, cannot do anything pertaining to your bargaining unit. What we do is at the end, once you ratify, then we vote on it. Now, I will say this to you, what we can do is we can advocate on your behalf and ask the questions. But I'm not gonna sit here right now and make it seem like I could do something for you, because that is a lie. Now, I will say this to the administration, as they've heard here today. I'm sure that there's not one individual on this council that does not want to make sure that you guys are given what you deserve. So I want to thank you for the work that you continue to do, and I want to thank you for continuing to stay in Paterson. And with that said, I'm not going to say any more because there's more time, and like I said, we're in just one item. With that said, Madam Clerk, and it's 2 hours into the meeting. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public hearing on item number 1.
Thank you, Madam President. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 against. The public hearing is now closed for item number 1.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, roll call on item number 1.
Roll call on item number 1 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So now on this item, I want to make it very, very clear to the public that's here, to the 6th Ward residents and my constituents. This is not giving an increase to any elected official. Starting tomorrow, Al Abdelaziz, I can only speak on my behalf right here, will get the same exact salary that I have today. So if I don't get an extra $1, that means I don't get an increase. That's basic. This item does not raise any elected official's salary unless they give it to themselves. Now, why did I put that amendment in there? When we receive this, that means we automatically get the raises, including the mayor. Why did I put that opt-out amendment? Because the residents could hold their elected officials accountable. If the mayor wants to take the salary increase, you could vote him out in 4 years. If any council member wants to take the salary increase, you could vote us out. But I could sit here and let you, listen, to my 6th Ward residents, we're entitled to our own opinions, but we're not entitled to our own facts. And I have it right here. Any council person or mayor may elect to waive the increases. That's not Al saying rhetoric, because you're going to hear rhetoric. I'm reading to you what's in the legislation. Those are facts. And I will sit here and go public record to my residents in the 6th Ward. I will not take an increase during my current term and when I get reelected in 2024. So put that on the record, and I will put that, you can use that, that's public record. I will not take the salary increase. And then I heard when this is passed, we lose all our rights. We lose the right to control the power of the purse strings, which is not a fact. If the mayor decides to give an excessive increase and we disagree with it, we could control that department head salary line item and reduce it. We were going to do it once before when the mayor tried to give an increase, and guess what? The administration retracted. So we don't say, hey, we passed this and they all get increases. If the mayor decides to give it, we budget time, we say, whoa, $160,000, we're going to make a motion to amend and bring it down to 130. 6 votes allow you. Once again, we're entitled to our opinions, and we're not entitled to our own facts. That's the power of the council. We learned that. I knew that before coming on the council. And the DCA, that one slide, when they put it up there, they said, what's the council function? The most important thing that the council has in its power is the power of the purse strings. The money comes through this body. So, Madam Clerk, once again on the record, this does not give any increase to an elected official unless they choose to take it. And I want everyone in this room, in 30 days, because it says here, effective 30 days after this, see who takes it. Because we heard people talk before about the aides, and then they all took the aides after a year. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We've been going with the increases. You know, everyone can have their own opinion of what they reading. You know, we could read things differently. Now, do not think that if we pass this, that they're not going to get no raises. They're going to get a raise. There's no doubt about it. And I just said, you know, I have some of my residents here from the 4th Ward. You know, my concern is I need inspectors on the weekend. I need people to you know, the people are not putting out their garbage. You got apartment buildings with 12 units. People have to live next to trash. They have to live next to rats running through. I need inspectors on the weekend. I need somebody to come to you. You know, I sit home at night, and it's like I'm on vacation because I hear music all night long. You hear it. Like, you have neighborhoods, and I said, the gentleman back there about forming a neighborhood association. I said to my neighbors, we're going to have to come together, 15 of us. You got people moving in this city from everywhere, and they're bringing bad habits. They think they can play music all night long. You know, if I had a birthday party, I'd let my neighbors know. I'm having a party at my house. I know how to shut it down by 9 o'clock. It's just something is terribly wrong. And the police department, I know, is in overload. I sit next to my phone on the chair in my living room, sits next to me, because I'm getting texts half the night about noise. And dispatcher, I know you get all the calls. I know you get all the calls for noise. And I had said before, we needed to have the more quality of life. Cars, units out there. We have to, because it's just not, it's just too many things happening. And I said, you know, I didn't think it was good timing. Sometimes you got to think of good timing and bad timing and all kind of timing. But we need to understand that with so much stuff that's happening and the people are really looking for the quality of life to get better. You know, I ride through the streets and I see streets just paved and it got sinkholes. You just got paved. How you got a sinkhole already? I got to jot down the addresses, jot down the area, but it's happening. I have a senior building on Cal Street that can't get no peace. Them poor seniors have to listen, and I send every other night, I'm sending police there. And that's why I say you're in overload. You're in overload. I think that once that, you know, if we can get a better grip on what we need to do for the city, and we need a better grip, and to the dispatcher, you get it. I know you do. You get it before anybody else gets it. And I can hear them. They're cursing you out. They're doing everything because they think it's you, and it's not you. And I appreciate all of you for everything that you do. But there's so much things that we need to be able to get done. Those are not hard stuff. Get that inspectors on the weekend. You know, we need that. We need them cars at night. We need all of that. You know, people can interpret it any way they want to interpret. You can interpret this resolution any way you want to interpret. But with that being said, and I had said before, I know my husband used to call me Cop Cotton. Go ahead, I get out my bed at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, waiting for a sergeant to show up somewhere, because somebody's in the backyard thinking they're having a disco party somewhere. And I have to wait there to, you know, they can't sleep. And it's about peace of mind. You know, people are aggravated right now. They're truly aggravated. And so with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to be as quick as possible because it doesn't even make any sense to labor this out. The decisions have already been made. So we started going through the budget approval last week, and there was an item there where the administration talked about specifically a tactic in which to keep the budget in balance, supposedly, right? And this line item is specifically called managing vacancies. So, which means, clear interpretation, intentionally keeping positions vacant to keep the budget low so they could turn around and give themselves pay increases. So when you talk about vacancies, housing, zoning, trainee, $35,000, you know, these are facts that can't be denied. Dispatchers, crossing guards to keep children safe. Let's not hire a crossing guard because God forbid if somebody's kid gets hit by a car. Police officer for $33,000. We're managing vacancies. This is the managed vacancy list. It's pages and pages. I know it's kind of tough to see it as it's just flowing by, but we talk about council, the finance guru, right? He kept this off the agenda the last go round and acknowledges that this council has been very generous. It has given the administration all of the tools, that word is used frequently, that what it should need. The money for equipment for DPW, the money for body cameras, the money for, in fact, that wasn't this council, that was the former chief, because on his way out, he signed off on the forfeiture funds against this mayor's opinion, and we teamed up along with that chief to make sure we purchased those body cameras. It took him them 3 years to put them in motion. We had a young man murdered on North Main Street with officers that were there with no body camera on. Obviously, the training was in deficit because you got an officer who's been on the job for 6 days and he wasn't trained that he can't turn his body camera or shouldn't turn his body camera off, whatever the specifics are. So when you talk about us giving them everything they needed, if we gave them as a council all the funds that they need to get all the equipment they need, and they're still failing horribly, why would we allow them to give themselves raises? Where's the performance evaluations? It's one of the things they talked about in coming forward when this administration started. There has not been one performance evaluation, not of employees, or not of administrative staff as well. Why are we giving pay increases without adequate, appropriate information to support the necessity of these pay increases? So I want to talk about a couple more facts on how things are done with political intent. Yes, why is it getting rushed? Oh, because there's going to be a change in, the pieces on the board are going to be changed. So some people held out because they're trying to get certain things, but when now they have been privy to a $50,000 increases, or getting certain things done in the community for specific areas for their gratification. So I'm willing to support that now on the way out. This is disgraceful. This is disgraceful. You should not be taking a pay increase. I would refuse to take money if I failed you at doing the job. I owned a business for 21 years. If you came and you ate in my restaurant and you were dissatisfied with your food, your service, I would not charge you for the services that I failed to provide. And I would hope you would come back again so I could try my best to do a better job the next time around. This right here is embarrassing, so it makes no point to labor it out. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All the explanation about this ordinance has been given already by my council colleague. And I think it's the right thing to do, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that we should definitely, maybe tomorrow, we should go back into the tape and just listen to the concern of the people that came into the mic, the concern and the cry of the community. When we go out there, people, they cry for service. They cry for police protection, police presence, police response. That's what we pay for as a taxpayer in the city of Paterson. That's what we pay for. I think that everybody knows how I feel about this legislation. I think that in my concern is that once we vote on this, we're giving the power to the administration to decide where they're going to put this range. If this will be on my decision, the governing body in a week is going to change. We're going to have new council president, another elected council members in this body, and it will be ideally to have a very sensitive discussion and add more suggestion. Personally, myself, I'm extremely concerned about this range because after that, you have no power. It's going to be between the administration and the DCA. And let me just share the DCA position. On the last meeting, I recommend the manager from DCA to come into the council, to come into the workshop, to have a conversation with the people, with the resident of the city of Paterson, with this governing body. Why? At that meeting last Saturday, we was talking about a rebate for our taxpayer. How can we put together a rebate program? So the state Senate Budget Committee, they submit the budget at the state, $50.6 billion. They include $24 billion in additional fund, federal fund, COVID money. And on that, they have $2 billion for rebate to homeowners. Now the state, they take all those decisions, but when it comes to us, they make it so difficult. And I hope that I hope to see the manager of the DCA here on this council in one of the workshops for us to have a conversation as a community. Because we got to find a way to make sure that our people stay in their home. We got to make sure, we got to protect the taxpayer, and we got to protect the people that live in the city by making their life better. So with that being said, my vote is no, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Councilman Mims?
And so a lot has been stated, and I'm not going to belabor the point. I'm just going to state what's going to happen. We're the legislative body. This is coming before us on tonight to vote for some increase and for others ranges. That's what's before us. But if it gets approved, it's a blank check to the administration that they can go straight to the top of the range and we have nothing to do about it unless when the budget comes before us, we need 6 people to take it out. 6 to take it out. That's a fact. It was stated here. Tonight, you heard it for yourself. I just wanted someone else to say it, so I'm reiterating what was stated. That's what's going to happen. For me, it's not about whether someone is doing their job. It's not it. When you see the medium income range in the city of Paterson of what our residents are making, when you see the highest unemployment rate for our city, when you see all the situations going on with shootings every single night, the other night, 5 people were shot. In one instance, last night or the night before, 2 people shot. Someone else killed. I mean, the stories are on. I'm sitting in my house and I'm thinking it's fireworks, and right around the corner from me, 2 guys were laid out on the ground. They were shot. This is what's happening in our community. It's really a sad situation. That's why you don't hear me. I don't have to attack another council member when I'm voting. I'm stating what the facts are. It's not about, oh, well, if you get 4 more years, don't bring me back. For me, I ran for office to help our community, in which I've been born and raised. I've lived here all my life. When I call, when things are going on, and the employees answer the call, they respond. So when I'm sitting here, I have to make sure I'm advocating for the same people that I call all day, all night. That's why Ms. Francis calls me Mighty Mouse. Because when people are calling, you're running and you're out and about trying to get these things done, and sometimes it's repetitious. And so for me, it's not about, and I'm going to be here. I'm going to be here next week. I'm going to be here the week after. I'm going to be here because thankful to the community, you just reelected me. And I'm going to be here. It's not about a salary, because what's here is automatic that everybody will get an increase. Then you can opt out if you don't want it. Like, I mean, come on, if that was the case, we should have did that not just for the council or the mayor, we should have did it for the ranges. We should have amended this ordinance and said, if they go to the top range, it will not be approved. That could have been a part of this document on tonight. Then we would have saw that it wasn't just for what is being presented. But I'm going to say this again. And camera, please zoom in. After this vote, I want you to watch the budget. Because I'm going to tell you in advance, it's going to be there. And I want you to remember, because anything can be said on tonight, and we can say it all day, well, it's not what we did it first. Because when we vote on this, we started the process of the blank check. And so me as a legislator, I'm speaking for myself, and good conscience of every family member who has been a victim of these senseless shootings and violence, as someone who reaches out to the employees every single day for all types of issues and concerns, and as your council person who hears the cries of the increases. Just on last week, we had an introduced budget, which we took it back.
Councilwoman, can you please wrap up?
I will in a minute. I'm the only person you said something to, but I'll.
No,
I'll be
actually,
done
I said the
soon.
same thing to Councilwoman Carter.
No,
I said the
she
same
spoke,
thing.
but I'll be done shortly. I'll be done shortly. And the ranges, which may change, but they went from $300 and something extra a month to almost $1,000. Now, was it all the city? No, it included school tax and so many others. But guess what? Some people can't afford $25 more. They can afford $5 more. Because I've spoke to employees that are sleeping in their cars. They don't have a place to live, but they get up every morning, go in our city's bathroom and wash themselves up and go and be about the city's business every single day. Every day. And let me say this in closing. People are afraid to come because when I said it, they were texting me. They're afraid to come, so don't be fooled by someone that will say, oh, they're not afraid to come. Yes, they are. I can show you my phone. When I made this statement, my phone is like the Christmas tree. They said, Mims, thank you, because you're absolutely correct. That's why they're not here in person, because they were in fear of retaliation. And it should never be that way when employees or anyone wants to fight for their rights. Because our city, our residents, and everyone, we deserve better. And what my vote is, I'm going to stand by my vote. My vote is for the employees, it's for the residents, It's for the taxpayers. It's for every victim that has encountered anything in this city that could have been prevented. My vote is absolutely no.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
This is what's interesting. Let's watch the budget after this vote. So we approved approximately $300 million a year. The mayor creates positions left and right. I am part of a personnel committee that we created not long ago because of the nonsense that we saw going on. But I remember watching these council meetings from that end, how a previous mayor was crucified for having one chief of staff. And this mayor, when you approve, or any mayor in the future, when you approve a $300 million budget, you give him the authorization to use that $300 million budget. We're talking about an ordinance, talking about micromanaging. He has approximately 1,400 employees, of whom he could give increases to justifiably anytime he wants, not on job performance. If they have additional duties, they get an increase. There was an instance that in personnel, there was a gentleman that got like a $35,000 increase, and I was fighting like crazy. I didn't see too many people here join that fight. So we're making something, yes. Could he increase a department head salary to retain the employee? Yes, but he was here last week. Now remember, if the mayor's smart, he'll be careful how he utilizes this, because he could mess up the relationship between himself and the council. This is not the last thing that's going to be proposed before the council, right? Before the council. We asked him here, Mayor, that doesn't mean that you're going to go and give everybody a max. No. Or give everyone on this list an increase. No. He cannot. And if he does so, then I hope I'm not going to be on this end, but if I was, I'll make sure that I make him pay for it by not supporting a lot of his things. Because this is an insult, and once again, the mindset of some of our colleagues is, we have a $300 million budget. If you understand the law, once you approve that $300 million budget, the mayor has the authority to spend those dollars. The mayor in any city of the state of New Jersey or county, once the governing body approves a budget, he has the authority to spend those funds for the purpose intended. You have two lines in the budget for every department: salary and other expenses. It doesn't specify the position or who the salary is tied to. It just has one big lump sum, and that's how it works. So once again, I am glad that in the last 4 years I didn't misinform the public. I took responsibility for my action, and my vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Last week, Saturday, we was in front of DCA, 5 individuals from DCA, high-ranking from DCA, and our fiscal monitor. We asked a lot of questions pertaining not only this, pertaining other things that are important for the community. They are the fiscal monitor. You know what they tell us? We the one that give you 18 million plus in TRA and $50 million in aid to the city of Paterson. So we monitor you guys. We need to put the house in order. In other words, it's telling us that doing this ordinance is putting the house in order. Before this ordinance came to us, it was vetted through DCA. DCA made the recommendation, what you see here. We didn't put these numbers. The mayor did not put those numbers. May I, please? The mayor did not put those numbers. The DCA saw the numbers and say, you need to put order in that ordinance. Blank check, Madam President.
Keep speaking, Councilman.
Blank check is if we leave the ordinance the way it is. Ladies and gentlemen, the Board of Education raised their taxes year after year, up to this year, raising taxes the articles on those taxes raised was increasing salaries to their top employees. No one says nothing. Nobody say nothing. There was an employee from the city of Paterson sitting in that chair over there that left here to get 3 figures in the Board of Ed. Nobody say nothing. There's people in this administration that live in Paterson, Madam
Do not,
They are.
Please
you
don't
have the
address
floor.
me
That's,
while I'm gonna-
well, you're addressing me.
I did not.
No, let's not start. Councilman
So-
Louis Velez, you have the floor.
Thank you, and I want to be respectful because I don't want people saying out there that I'm disrespectful to females, but this is what DCA said. This is what DCA said in that meeting, and I wish everybody was there. We could agree or disagree, but when we're in this side, we need to do what we had to do, is legislate. We need to move the city forward, and we put in order where order is deserved. Ladies and gentlemen, I still got to run in 2024, and I know my residents love the boots on the ground that Councilman Velez bring to the table. So I'm proud to vote yes in this ordinance.
Thank you very much.
Madam President?
Okay. So there's been a lot of statements made, all respectful. Each council member here is elected by the people of Paterson. In the at-large, the top 3 voters, top vote getters get in, all right? I want to thank the community for giving me and allowing me, and I thank God for a 3rd term as your councilwoman at large. So I'm going to speak about facts, okay? That salary, and I'm actually going to correct our chair of finance, because this does not come to the council, to finance while he was president. I'm going to tell you when this came. When the previous corporation council, not the one now, not the one previous, but the previous. So the one that was here when the mayor took his seat. Within less than a year, it was brought to finance, and I was the council president, and we said, as a committee, because it was not me, it was a full committee, we said, absolutely not, we will not entertain that. It was kicked around the following year. We said, absolutely not, we need to measure. Then guess what? Pandemic. Okay? And we were like, absolutely not. At that point, it did halt. I won't lie to you. And then it came back to us a few months ago, and we said, we are in the middle of election, and we don't know who the mayor's gonna be. We will allow, at that time, doesn't matter who, I said, and we will visit this. And you know what I did? Members of the community, I didn't take the ordinance and say yes. I made my phone calls. I sit down with DCA monthly, and I took it all the way to the lieutenant governor. And this is on record. And anyone can call her office and say, did you have a conversation in a meeting with council president? Did you discuss that salary ordinance? Did you agree to that? Because Director Suarez is over DCA, and the fiscal monitor, Michelle Meade, reports to her. But she, Director Suarez, who was with us on Saturday, along with the fiscal monitor, reports to the lieutenant governor. And you know what the lieutenant governor said to me? I don't agree with some of these increases, meaning, listen to me, this is a salary ordinance with ranges, the increases, because at the time, the mayor's salary was a different salary, and the council salary was a different salary. And the argument was, we said, well, because I'll keep it real, in finance we discussed it, the council has not had an increase in over 10 years. We are now a Class A city. We have over 180,000 residents. We have so much more going on. This is a 24/7 job. I don't care what anyone says on this council on this side, this is not a part-time job. Everyone here, you've heard, they get calls at all wee hours, and they're doing all types of jobs that we, okay, as a council, when you heard it correctly, the 8 of us were there. Councilwoman was not there because she had a prior commitment that she put on record prior to us having the meeting, okay? But we all, and I just lost my train of thought, but I want to bring it back to this. The conversations were had, okay, I'm sorry? Yeah, no, I know. The conversations were had. This was not of just, okay, now the mayor, oh, I like him, I don't like him. And that's one of the things the lieutenant governor said. You can't have a range for a mayor. Oh, because I like this mayor, he got elected, he gets this amount. But this one I didn't like, but he got elected. It doesn't work that way. In terms of the council, I'll bring it back to that, but that's what I was saying, is that is the way the salary came to the number. So somebody said here, you know, the council only 6,000 some change, right? And then you have the others. Everyone keeps using 50,000. I don't know who's getting that number. The ranges are that, yes, it could be a potential, but I'm almost sure, because if there's one thing that I said, is these ranges were based on transitional aid cities. These ranges were, when you look at Jersey City and Newark, when you look at the different positions, BA, Corporation Counsel, and I don't want to make this about the individuals, but there's individuals that are sitting there that, yes, that those are their titles. And I want to say to you all, I respect the work that you're doing in this city. Madam BA, you and I have had many confrontations, but you know what I do respect is that now 4 years later, I can actually say, and to Corporation Counsel, who has only been with us for a year, and Mr. CFO, which is another that I go back and forth with, at the end of the day, it's about coming to the middle. So I'm speaking with facts. You don't believe me? Contact the Lieutenant Governor's office, and you're gonna see that I did my due diligence. And with that said, nobody's pushing my buttons. This is not about the mayor, okay? I believe that right now, where we are, we should support a salary ordinance. And with that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 against. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So at this time, there's various people here are waiting on items, so I'm going to take those because I see here that they've been here for almost 3 hours as they got here at 6:30. So I'm going to, I'm actually going to take the consent item, removing item 11. So let's do the consent item first.
Yes, Madam President.
Consent agenda.
Yes. Next item in the agenda is our consent agenda items. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbers 5 through 22. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda
11.
by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter. Is there a motion?
Can I have a motion? Okay. Items 5 through 22 moved by Councilwoman Cotton, removing item 11, and second by Councilman Kalik. Before Madam Clerk, you call the roll call, just so you know, item 11 was moved, Councilwoman Cotton. Item 11 was removed because there was some substantial changes, name changes, and there was a few things, so it needed to be removed so it can come back, okay? Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk, on items 5 through 22, exception number 11.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on items 5 through 22, with the exception of item number 11 on the consent agenda. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
So, before I vote on this consent agenda, Council President, let me point out a few facts on that item. One, I'm not even sure how that made it to the agenda. The reason it's being pulled is because it was a big screw up. That this is an action to transfer the license, the ownership, while the license still had not been renewed. And it had not been renewed because we had not entertained it because of all the illegal activity that was going on over there with them breaking the law, which is also the same location that had been, the person had been accused and convicted of selling used parts as new parts. There's a lot of illegal activity, and I want to make sure I don't scarf over that because that location needs to be addressed. I've been reporting it over and over to the administration. There's been zero enforcement. They're open 24 hours a day, Sundays. They did illegal construction over there. They got a letter of cease and desist from the zoning department, but the building subcode division didn't issue any fines. I mean, this is just, you know, again, business as usual. Just like the new furniture store across the street from Blimpies that open is putting all that stuff out on the sidewalk that's connected to the one across the street from here, you know, when is enough gonna be enough? When are we gonna start enforcing the laws and holding people accountable?
I want to thank you for
Anyway.
that, Councilman
My
Jackson.
vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
My vote is yes on the consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Items 5 through 22, with the exception of item number 11, is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Item 36, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 36. And item number 36 reads, resolution addressing an entertainment/show license renewal for Castambar Restaurant and Lounge located at 710-712 Madison Avenue in the 5th Ward. Finance Resolution 22-411.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Kalik and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 36 for approval.
Roll call on item number 36 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Let me ask a question. Are they open?
No,
Or what they need an
they've been closed for over a year,
I know.
so they're opening. So, but they still have to renew their license
Oh,
because
even if
it's
they're
been
not
expired.
Even if they're not operating, they still,
No, they're gonna open, but they can't open without having
Okay.
their renewal.
oh, okay, because I know it's been closed.
Over a year.
Okay, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to add that it's a great pleasure for me to see this establishment renovated. They're making a big investment, and it's going to be a great attraction for a resident to visit this great restaurant. So, and I'm very happy. I can't wait to see this restaurant open and creating job, because that's what they've been doing, creating job and opportunity for Patersonian. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
So let me say this, this restaurant was closed due to the pandemic. It was one that was affected financially through the pandemic. It was closed, and that's what the aftermath of COVID-19. Now, Bocadito Bistro is a chain that comes from New York to invest in Paterson. That's what we want, people to come invest in Paterson, and everyone is welcome to have nice bocadito and menu in the 5th Ward of the city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman.
Rivera.
Councilman Rivera.
Good luck, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
So as all of you know, and my colleagues know, especially in finance, that when any entertainment, bazaar licenses, whatever it is, I always question. And Councilwoman Cotton, to what your question was, that's the first thing I said, hold up. You know, I've seen this, actually, because of the name, I didn't realize that it was the same. So it's Costamba, also known as, it's going to be now known as Bocaditos Bistro. And so the first thing right away, I wanted to know when they closed down, you know, what was going on. And in terms, they went through a whole process, and I want to thank the fire department, the fire chief. I know the inspectors went out. They have their CCOs. I mean, they basically kept it as a restaurant, just a different style. And I do appreciate when individuals that are, because they employ Patersonians, so I know that some are Patersonians, and half the owners are in New York and own other businesses as well. On a personal, I'm just gonna say, you know, I actually didn't realize, but the owners of Mama Sushi in Passaic are actually the same owners of Bocaditos. And with that, you know, I see the way that their business is conducted in Passaic, as now I'm working in the city of Passaic, still for the college, but in Passaic. And I figured that I would do my due diligence. And with that said, you know, I appreciate, and I know that this is something that they do have to renew if they want to open, because, you know, who's going to open up and do a grand opening, right? And you can't have no music. So with that said, what I am going to ask, as I see the owners here, very respectfully, respect your neighborhood, all right? The neighborhood, there's not a lot of houses in the area, because in the front there's none, but some in the back. I'm gonna please appreciate to abide by our ordinances. If you confront or see any situations, please make sure that you have enough security, close on time, make sure that you're IDing individuals. I want your success, okay? Your business success, the individuals that you employ, if you're successful, we're successful. With that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes on item 36 for approval.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 36 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Madam Clerk, they can visit tomorrow the licensing department? You'll get a phone call.
Yeah, they'll
Okay.
give them a call.
Okay, Madam Clerk, at this time, I want to also take now item, I see Councilman McCoy here, I see the chief here, so let us move on to take item, oh God, I just lost it, item 29. Please read item 29 into the record.
Yes, Madam President. Next item is item number 29, resolution on the Paterson Code, Chapter 129, Bazaar, addressing a license for Bill McCoy Foundation to conduct a festival. Finance Resolution 22404.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims. Do you have a discussion?
Yes, Madam Clerk. Madam President.
Discussion by Councilman, oh my God, Mendez.
Sure. You just mentioned I see the director special here.
The chief
and
is
the
here, who
chief
signed off.
The chief is here. I have a concern with this application based on the amount of people that is on the application. The application say that there's going to be 1,500 people, 1,500 attending to the event, and they only requesting 5 police officers from 6 to 10 p.m. So, Director.
Councilman Mendez, if I may, please. Where is Corporation Counsel? Okay, it is my understanding, and yes, but I need, because I want to make sure that, you know, on this side, we protect the council, and that
Let me just.
you are not able to have
Sure.
a discussion. You need to recuse yourself from this item, as you have put on record that you have a concern with this, and you have other pending litigation. So I would just be very careful.
Sure,
Madam, and our parliamentarian is here. Should the councilman recuse and not have any conversation pertaining to this application? Madam Clerk, I would ask that just to put it on record. You're a parliamentarian. You're the one that, when I need to recuse myself,
Yes.
you say, Councilwoman, Council President, you need to recuse yourself. So I'm asking,
Corporation Counsel, I think, wants to speak.
if you have a situation with the applicant or any situation,
Council
you have to
President?
recuse yourself.
May I?
Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Council President, for the opportunity to address this issue. If I may, I respectfully request an opportunity to speak with the Councilman of the 3rd Ward individually about a possible issue. Once I have that conversation with him, he's free to make the decision that he thinks is in his best interest.
Yes, Corporation Counsel, and I just want to be, for my concern, Director, I want to recuse myself. I have a personal situation with this applicant, so I will recusing myself and not voting on. But I just put my concern on the record when it was about the safety of the event and the amount of police officers. So I'll step out. But that's my concern. If you want to have the discussion,
And I will.
just want to make sure that we cover this section in terms of safety of this event.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilman Mendez. So I am going to, on that note concerning, and I'm just going to no mentioning of names, but concern on bizarre licenses and security, and, you know, we just had an application here. An application here that this council said to me, and it was incomplete, and the application, and I knew because the year before they came before us, and I knew that the amount of people, and that application only said 200 people, and only 4 officers signed, only 4 off-duty officers. That event this weekend had 1,000 people. and had members there and even the mayor there. And you know what I did? I said, because I don't ever want anyone to think that it is personal, I left it alone. You got the chief here, you got the director here that can say if I made any phone calls. The only thing that I said is, we must be fair. Let us stop being hypocritical. When certain individuals come, we vote yes on one thing, no on the other, because I don't like you, but I like you. Stop it. All right? Across the board, this council decided that they wanted to keep that other entity's application, even incomplete, and you know that it's true, Councilwoman Cotton, and that application was complete the day of, and I said, as the council president, I requested the information. Where was it? It was handed to me right here. It's on TV. I reviewed it. I looked at it. I said, I still have a problem, and I even said to the chief here, I said, I want it shut down if there's more than 200 people. It wasn't shut down. So you know what? I'm going to leave it at that. I've put it on the floor. I don't think we need to have any more discussion. This application has been vetted. It went through the entire process. Every checklist is checked off. Every contract is there. The chief of police is here who signed off on it. And there's a letter to say that they've complied. The director of the public safety is here as well. So with that said, council members, I don't know if anyone has anything else to say. I'd like to take it to a roll call.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
I would like the chief and the director an opportunity to answer because I've known when
I'm sorry, answer what? Which part?
With regard to the number of participants, you know, when I have
Okay.
a block party at my establishment, I was required
Director and chief.
to have a certain number of officers, and it was based
Okay.
on the number of participants. So if we're gonna restore any kind of order, I mean, there has to be, we can't pick and choose who can. I mean, it has to be a set ratio or a set practice that we're gonna utilize.
Okay, so Councilman Jackson, and you have the right to ask that question, all right? I did ask that question already, but you're right, they should put it on record, right? But I'm gonna say this. Where was everybody on Saturday when there was over 1,000 people? Okay?
Well, Council President.
It's not about it being
Council President,
calm. That's not.
again,
No. I'm
with
just
all-
saying because nobody questioned the ratio. I'm talking right now about the police contract and the amount of people. No one. Am I saying that this group is disruptive than the other? It is not about that. It's about process. We're talking right now. So, Chief, I need you. Where is it? Is there a code? Is there a statute? Where does it say that you need an officer for every 50 people? Where's that rule? Where is it written?
That does not exist.
Can you please close? Please. It's too loud outside.
That ratio does not exist.
Okay.
All right. Now, would you like me to say a few words about this actual contract between the police and the...
Absolutely. I want you to put it on record. We're getting ready to vote.
Okay. I received the contract from my extra duty assignment officer, and I read it over. And initially, it was for 4 officers. So I called the Honorable Bill McCoy, retired councilman, and we had a conversation, and I expressed my concern that maybe it's a little light, you know, what do you think? We went back and forth. He brought a lot of excellent points up. First of all, it's a family event. Okay, the type of music that's played is not the type of music you would typically dance to. It's reggae, it's R&B, it's jazz. Again, it's a family event. It's not indoors, it's outside. It's not an event such as a sports rivalry where there's a propensity for violence. It's not certain events where there is a propensity for violence. It has a history of being an event that has almost no problems. Now, it was originally for 4 officers. I spoke to the retired councilman, and we agreed to make it 5 officers. In addition, the councilman agreed.
Officers, please close the door. Please continue.
And the councilman also agreed to bring in constables. He will have 4 constables. And being the type of event it is, I saw an opportunity for our community policing division to get involved, and they will be there as well to help build bridges between the community and the police. And so I would say we would have.
Sorry,
Councilman
29.
Abdelaziz. Councilman Abdelaziz.
29, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
You know, I have attended this event a lot in the past years. They even have a gospel fest. I believe it's the last day. So we have fun, and we could enjoy it too this year. My vote is yes.
Madam President.
I've had the pleasure to go and attend quite an amount of years attending this event. And I've been part of the Sunday Gospel, Saturdays in the afternoon. It's been a family event. They bring, young artists, and I really do enjoy. I always go for my festival. I always ask Mrs. McCoy, where's the best festival being made? She directs me, a jerk chicken. But on a serious note, listen, I'm all about different communities, celebrating, and to my knowledge, and again, Chief and Director here, we have never had an incident. It is unfortunate that there was a incident that was not elevated to anything but a confrontation. But with that said, I cannot stop, and I gotta, again, keep it fair. And, with that said, I am looking forward, hopefully I'll be here because the plan was to be in Puerto Rico that weekend. But with that said, I may have to change those plans. So with that said, my vote is yes to support item 29.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor. The vote is 6 in favor, 2 absent, and let the record reflect that Councilman Mendez had recused himself from item number 29. Therefore, item number 29 is hereby adopted.
Much love.
Thank you very much. Councilman McCoy, would you like to say, just quickly, not 3 minutes, maybe 1? Because I know you signed up, but I know it's a late day.
I did, and thank you, honorable council members. This is an event that I'm extremely proud of, that my family has supported and the community has supported and has enjoyed for many years. I know that council members have attended, and I was a little bit dismayed, having served on the honorable council for some time, to see that the item was initially removed from the agenda. But I want to thank you for restoring our faith in our city government, that fair is fair and that we will treat everyone as equal. We look forward to a great event, and every single one of you are invited to be in attendance. It's a great event. If you want to start trouble, you want to create a problem, you can stay home. But everybody that wants to come out, enjoy the music, enjoy the family event, you're absolutely welcome. It's free to everyone. You can stay there 2 days and don't have to pay a penny. The only thing we ask is to support our vendors in buying some food, and that will be great. We're also having our Independence Gala on July 23rd. We're going to be at the Leneves, and so we have an invitation for you as well, and we encourage you to come on out and to celebrate with us. Jamaica is a great event, but the greatest countries in the world is where I live, the United States. And as an American citizen, I'm proud to support the Constitution that allows us to be fair and equitable. We're not a fascist state. We don't allow our elected officials to control our police and tell the police who to arrest and who not to arrest. So I'm glad tonight to see that our faith has been restored, and I thank you for your kind consideration and for your vote. God bless, and have a great night.
Thank you very much. Okay, and, with that said, I believe that we've taken care of all the licenses, so I'd like at this time to open up the public portion. We still got more business, but it's almost 10, so I want to go ahead and open up the public portion. Huh? No, we got to do public portion. I'm sorry. Hold on. No, Barbara's here? Where?
How many?
Barbara, what's your item? Hold on 1 second.
10,
28? It's just a one item? I'm sorry. Let's just hold on 1 second. Let me just take this director. She's been here since 8 o'clock this morning. Director, Madam Clerk, we're going to take item 28 before the public portion.
Okay, Madam President. Number
Thank you,
28.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Next item is item number 28, and item number 28 reads, Resolution Returning Home Investment Partnership Program Funds from fiscal year 2015, 2016, and 2017 awarded to RPM Development Group for the Hinchcliffe Residential Project. Community Development Resolution 22403.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Do I have a second?
Discussion? Oh, you need a second. Let me
Okay, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Discussion by Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah. My only question, Director,
Can you turn on your microphone?
yeah, my only question, Director, on this resolution, it's saying 2016, 15.
15, 16.
15, 16, 17.
Yes.
Now, what about 18, 19?
No, these are the funds that we reallocated from the,
I can't hear you.
these were the funds that we took from the
Okay, we're
housing-
going to have to close the
Right.
door, please.
I'm saying, are you including 18 and 19?
No, I'm not.
It's not included in
No,
this.
I'm sorry.
But
18
when
and
when I read
yes.
this resolution,
It is 18 and 19, yes.
Huh?
It is 18 and 19. We're replacing.
Councilwoman, she's saying yes, that it is 18 and
We're
19.
replacing 15, 16, and 17 with
With what?
18 and 19.
so what? So we're taking 15 and 16 and 17 off?
No.
What we doing with those years?
15, 16, and 17 belong to the Housing Authority.
Right.
HUD would not allow me to move them to the Hinchcliffe Stadium. So
Right.
we're just putting them back to the Housing Authority and giving Hinchcliffe Stadium 18 and 19.
So do the housing authority still has the? Are they still going to continue to get them?
They're supposed to be still continuing the veterans' housing.
No, wait a second, Barbara. When I read this resolution, it looked like it's 5 years. That you're giving, you got 5 years, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19.
Yes.
How many years is the housing authority is going to keep for veteran housing?
15, 16, and 17.
They're going to keep that.
Yes.
But when you read it, it don't sound like that.
Well, if you look at the next whereas,
Which at, on 27?
Yes.
No, 20,
the one after the budget for 15, 16, and 17, we reallocated and gave the Hinchcliffe 18 and 19.
yeah, but I'm not even on the community development committee. No, let me, I don't need your help, Al. I know, but when you read it, it says 2016, 17, 15, 16, 17, awarded to,
Yeah, they tried using that for Hinchcliffe.
and they tried.
Taking that back because they said no, because that's a veterans project.
And it had already been approved by the council.
No, we've been approved that veterans
Right,
project.
right.
Al, be quiet, Al. I'm saying we have been approved that veteran housing. I mean, I need veteran housing. We, in this city, need veteran housing. As a matter of fact, we got one veteran housing building in our city,
We're still
and
building.
that's Park Place over there.
We're still building the veteran housing. HUD would not allow me to use the old funds for the new project.
Right.
Put it back.
Okay.
Let them continue to do the veteran housing and give the new project, Hinchcliffe, the money that you have available, which is 18 and 19.
Right.
Okay, so we're putting it back. Well, let me ask you something, Barbara, Director. I'm sorry. Are you trying to help the housing authority with the veteran housing?
Yes, we provided them with 1.5 million.
Right, and we're waiting for that.
Yes.
Well, the veteran housing community out there, that the veteran housing that they want to build will be in the 4th Ward. Veteran housing has probably been going on 4 years now.
Longer than that.
And, right, about 5 years, because they're trying to wait for money from the New Jersey Mortgage Company. They're trying to wait for more money. Well, you actually need more money. You can't build housing for less than $20 million. So you actually need more money, so you need that. So I just want to make sure that you would not take the money for veteran housing out of that.
No.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam
Sorry,
President.
Council President.
Okay, Councilman Jackson?
So, Director, how much exactly are we retracting back from the three previous years?
914,451.64 cents.
So slightly under $1 million. how much are we gonna be returning back into the program with the following 2 years?
I'm not understanding your question.
So you're retracting the previous 3 years
Yes.
that HUD, that you, your department, the BA, the mayor, and this council voted in approval for, but HUD
Said no.
chastised us once again for poor decision-making. Was there a?
It's not poor decision-making. They
was
wanted
there-
to make sure we did not lose funding.
Was-
But because the Housing Authority had already started the groundbreaking on this project, I couldn't move it.
Was there a consultant involved in the decision process?
Yes.
To give the, so are we getting any money back for this poor decision made by this consultant?
No.
No. Now, so the question I had, I'm trying to understand which portion did you not understand? Slightly under $1 million is being returned for the previous 3 years that was disallowed by HUD. Then you said this, we will be giving the next 2 years to the project, correct?
No. The funds for the $914,000 was already given to the Housing Authority. We asked HUD to allow us to take the older funds to fund a new project. It's because the Housing Authority was still trying to figure out how are they going to get the rest of their funding. HUD said that was a good idea, but by the time we got finished doing all of the council and the consultants and housing authorities going back and forth, they said no. Take what you have for your new project, which is still your 18 and 19, and fund them, which that's what we want to do.
And
The
I asked
Housing
you
Authority
what-
will continue.
I just asked you, I said that was the 2 years, 18
Yes,
and 19.
18 and 19,
And I asked a very simple question, what is that amount?
$914,000.
It's identical to
Exactly.
the previous 3
Because
years?
that's what we gave the Hinchcliffe Stadium, $914,000.
That's what,
It's a $1 difference.
Right.
So,
We save $1 this way.
but we're missing the point. We're funding a project that already got over close to $100 million. We're taking $1 million that could potentially have built, to Councilwoman Cotton's point, veteran housing. It could have been supplying other housing. We're putting it into a project where an outside developer is walking away with a $15 million developer's fee, and they're well over budget, so we're looking to find more money to continue to fund them. Just looking to point that out. I mean, I understand exactly, so we're saving $1. I understand, Director, it's not that much of a concern to you.
It's not that
It's
I'm
not that much of a
shedding it.
concern
I'm not
to
doing
you.
that. I'm just saying, I don't understand. HUD has told us, you have old money. You have a project that has been sitting on your books for over 6 years. Either they're gonna move or they're not gonna move. We've asked the Housing Authority numerous times, what are we doing with the veterans' housing? Still has not gotten an answer. So I informed the council of what HUD had said to us. They said, use your old money. It took us a little while to get everybody in play. It didn't happen as fast as we thought. They locked the grant. So I cannot move the money. They said, go back and give your Hinchcliffe Stadium, which we approve and we love, give them new money, which is 18 and 19. You still have 20, 21, and 22, but you need to spend money. You need to build housing. You guys have already given permission to build on Hinchcliffe Stadium. It's just the wrong funding cycle.
Just a swap.
It's a correction.
It's still there.
Yes.
Now it's going back to what you're saying. It's going back to the veterans.
So,
debated the history.
right, I'd like us to.
Council President, we just had a
Councilman
long retreat on decorum. I got interrupted by the director. Now, the 6th Ward councilman doesn't seem to understand the process of decorum as well.
Councilman Jackson, you have the
So I was
floor.
very patient to wait for both of them to finish. Okay, so I understand that. So housing is dropping the ball on the community. So is the Department of Community Development by allowing this money to be utilized for an outside developer to pocket $15 million. I'm just wondering, I'm trying to mention the parts that you're leaving out. The fact that we're taking $1 million+ and irresponsibly turning it over to a third-party developer who is getting over $100 million and walking away with $15 million. I know you're only concerned about your portion and how much those lovely consultants are being paid, but it's my job to look at the overall picture and how we're providing slightly over 100+ units for $15 million developer's fee, how we built the 300-space parking garage that is still not addressing the parking accommodations for the stadium alone, let alone the 250-seat restaurant and museum, and the other 150 parking spaces we just gave away to the other developer, third-party, private, outside developer that's going to continue to make money on the community. I know that's not much of a concern of yours, but it is a concern of mine. So I'll just let it rest there.
Okay, thank you very much. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 28 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to the community that if we do not spend this money or put it somewhere, I've been here in 2013, 2014, when HUD did reduce our allocation because the money was not spent. And they don't ask for the money back, but what they do is that they ask, if they're gonna give me $4 million, so they'll give me $3 million. So I still lose the million. That's what I want to be concerned. And they look at project as shoveling the ground, however you want to call it. But I just want to make sure too that veteran housing piece was still in there. As I said, because we only got one veteran housing unit in our city, which is on East 18th Street, which is called Park Place. So I just want to make sure that was still there too. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So let me be clear to the public. Just because we're being irresponsible and not spending the money, if we don't use it, we're going to lose it. It doesn't negate the fact that there's a necessity for us to be responsible. So over the past week, I've been reviewing, multiple contracts between the Housing Authority back in, when the housing authorities was first formed, and they were in place to actually build and provide and manage and maintain public housing, when they provide jobs and things of that nature. But since we've gone in the opposite direction and we haven't been responsible, we're now putting it on the shoulders of outside investors and outside developers to do it, so they could privatize these public dollars and pocket $15 million at a time developer's fee. We still doesn't negate the fact that we're not here to be responsible. And everybody knows this, the Hinchcliffe Stadium project, listen, is way over budget, overpriced, and it's all a money grab, and it's about people making money. $15 million developers fees. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I voted against the initial resolution in what came up in 2020, I believe. I would still vote against this resolution. My vote is no.
Councilman Mims?
Abstain.
Councilman Rivera?
No.
Councilman Velez?
If we read the body of the resolution, HUD tell us to put things in order and correct it, so my vote is yes.
Madam President?
My vote is yes.
The vote is 4 in favor, 3 against, 1 abstain, 1 absent. Item number 28 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Okay, the public portion is now open, Madam Clerk. First speaker, please. Councilman Kalik, if you can please take over, right? I need to.
Yes, Madam President. The public portion is now open. We have 27 speakers, Mr. President, and the first speaker is Ms. Elsa.
1 second. Okay.
Cabrera. Ms. Elsa
Good evening. My name
Cabrera.
is Elsa Cabrera. I'd like to thank the council for allowing me to be here this evening. This is actually the first time I am standing before all you beautiful people. Once again, Elsa Cabrera. I am a product of Paterson. I was born, raised, educated, have invested, and have 2 businesses in this great city of Paterson. So I am Paterson. Due to the love that I have for this city, over the COVID pandemic, I decided to incorporate a nonprofit organization called Give Thanks and Give Back. The mission of our organization, and I have some of the members and volunteers here with me this evening, is to give back to the community by saying thank you. And what we do is we provide educational resources, food, baby care products to the community free of charge with the help of supporters and people like you. So I'm here to invite everyone to our event. It's the first annual Baby Sprinkle, which is taking place on July 9th, which is a Saturday, from 2 to 5 p.m. We will provide free baby care products to all the attendees, like refreshments, food. We will have also the participation of the Board of Social Services, where they will be providing information on Medicare and SNAP benefits, as well as postpartum depression awareness, and we will have mobile vaccine units that will administer the vaccines. There are a few people that I need to thank, and in no particular order, please, so don't feel any type of way. Council President Maritza Davila, Council members Al Abdelaziz, Louis Velez, Dr. Lilisa Mims, Mayor Saya, Board of Health and Human Services Director Joel Ramirez, DPW Director Billy Rodriguez, Passaic County Surrogate Judge Zoila Casanova, Sheriff Richard Birdnick, Prospect Park Mayor Karula, Passaic County Board of Social Services Director Talisa Coleman. These people specifically have always said yes to me, and I appreciate all the support that you have given me since the beginning of my organization's, since I incorporated the organization, excuse me. I would like everyone to please follow our social media pages on Facebook and Instagram, which is at Give Thanks and Give Back, where you'll be able to see some of the pictures of the events that we have held for the last 2 years. And we hope to continue holding events with support from the people like you. I have invitations for each of the council members
You can give them.
Yes, thank you.
Jerry?
And I'll
go to the
put
clerk.
some flyers outside on the table as well. I will end by saying this: helping people by charity is the most human thing we can do, and I quote Oprah Winfrey. Thank you once again for the opportunity of being here this evening, and I hope to see you on July 9th. The event's gonna take place at 370 21st Avenue in front of my business, Mantilla Services, so I hope to see everyone there. Thanks again for your support and your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, my sister. It's so nice to see you here. Mama Mantilla, I love you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker?
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Ms. Raquel Amador. Did Raquel leave?
She left.
She left.
Next speaker?
Billy Prempri.
He's gone.
Billy, he's left.
Next speaker?
Next speaker, David Bauman.
Who?
David Bauman. David left.
Okay, he's gone. Keep going.
Michael G. I'm not sure of the last name. Is there a Michael G. some?
Okay, next speaker.
Miss Harris, Francis Harris.
She's gone. A lot of these people spoke in the public hearing.
Wileen Rogers. Thank you, sir. Wileen Rogers.
Gone.
Akeem Dunham.
Akeem Dunham. Next speaker.
Willie.
Can you please stop?
Willie Peter King. Peter King? Peter
I'm
King?
sorry?
Willie Peter King.
Willie Peterkin, he has left as well.
And
Okay.
we have Bethany Hunt and Lenore.
I'm sorry. With the commotion, I cannot hear. Okay.
Miss Hunt left. Okay. Next speaker, Miss Wahida Mohammed.
Ms. Mohammed.
No, she's here.
Thank you. And he'll get called by me tomorrow. What's God's name again? Good evening.
Good evening.
Now, when you mentioned call DCA, you said that without giving us a number. So you do that when you start talking again. The real thing about the retaliation, when we know that when young people, anybody that works for this city, that comes to this mic and says anything that this administration does not like or approve of, they will be retaliated against. And all of us know that. So we can stop telling that lie that there shouldn't be and we don't do this and we don't. Yes, that's what happens. The other thing is, every single time that we have come to you guys and said to you, we want you to reconsider stuff, you know what you do? You do just the opposite of what we're asking you to do, which proves to me, like the council president just got up and act like, okay, I don't even want to hear what you got to say, because I'm going to do whatever I want to do because I got 5. But you know what? That 5 is going to get you in trouble. And I know you're supposed to take over when the president leaves, but that's neither here nor there. That 5 is going to get you in trouble. Because every single time you think, because you got 5, you can do whatever you want to do. But sooner or later, that 5 is going to get you in trouble. And I know you don't believe that, Alex, because you feel like whatever you've done, you know, your people love you, so you're only concerned about the 6th ward. We understand that clearly. You make that perfectly clear, that you don't have anything to worry about because the 6th ward is taken care of. As far as you're concerned, Flavio, only God knows how glad I am that you're leaving. Only God knows. Because I don't care what people say about you and these numbers that you're so good at. I remember when you got on that council, I was so sure that because you knew the numbers, you were going to bring that money that you claimed the other surrounding areas were not paying their fair share to Paterson. Remember that? Oh, yes, you was gung-ho about the monies that we were going to get because you were going to hold them accountable for whatever it was that they owed this city. Run the tape. I know you don't remember that now. But anyway, it really, really angers me when you all sit here and act like whatever the people that put you there means absolutely nothing. Because now you got 4 more years. You got 4 years that you can do this and 4 years that you... Honey, listen. God only knows where your next breath is coming from. So stop sitting there like you got it like that. Because you don't know when and where that's going to happen. So you all better be clear and concerned. And most of all, you better realize who it is that you're messing with. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, next speaker, Mr. Gilmore.
Might not clap when I finish. Good evening, once again.
Good evening.
And I'm here to dovetail as to what Wahida Muhammad said, because let me tell you something, retaliation is alive and well. Retribution for bringing things forward is alive and well. I want you to hear me clearly. Hear me clearly. Stop the clock on me.
Mr. Gilmore.
I'm not competing with them. Let them finish.
Mr. Ming, we'll take a 5 minutes break. Mr. Ming, Madam Clerk, we'll take a 5 minutes break.
Yes, sir.
We'll take a 5 minutes break. Mr. Ming, can you hear us? We'll take a 5 minutes break. Yeah. but when you come back, you will be the speaker. 5 minutes. Where's Mr. Gill? Me.
Start my time. Council President, do you call 5-minute break?
Yes.
Corporation Council. Why can't they hold their signs up? What alley? What alley?
With that said, we're ready? Are we on? Okay, Mr. Gilmore?
Excuse me, Councilman Jackson, I need you to hear this as well. Please. I'm starting over again, so I'd like to reiterate before the situation erupted behind me, and no disrespect to the family, and y'all can stand behind me, I don't care, because I stand with this family. You can come back and stand with me.
The mic is on.
Okay? So, as I was beginning to say before, retaliation and retribution is in full effect. You saw it just now. You saw it just now. So, having said that, employees that are afraid to speak have a right to feel fearful, to be fearful of speaking and speaking out for their rights in or the activities related to their jobs in or how they're affected and how people harass and go after them and lie on them in their performance of their jobs. It happens. It happens all the time. Happened to me. I am a witness. My First Amendment and 14th Amendment rights to speak were denied in this council, at this podium, as subpoenaed or summoned by the council member, Mike Jackson, to speak on the erroneous abatement of tickets to the Art Factory. Now, here again, I don't give a damn about returning to this job, really. It doesn't make a difference to me, because if I do, I will return on my terms. But my second district federal court case is coming to fruition pretty soon. 3 times denied discovery in interrogatories. 3 times beyond the election it was pushed, okay? Because they don't want that what I got to say to be on record. I really don't care. I reported bribery taking. I reported illegal conversions. I reported situations of tickets not being written. I reported and documented public safety issues. And what happened to me? It's real. It's absolutely real. And all of it's going to come out in the court case. Because I'm not in no rush to settle. I want to go to court. How many times have I said it? I want to go to court. I've called the Attorney General's office. Okay? I've been to the FBI. I've been to the prosecutor's office as well. They didn't do shit. Let's go to court. I have the letters and documents and memos that I've sent. I got them. Let's go to court. Put all this other stuff aside. Let's go. I'm ready. I don't know what we're waiting on. Okay? That's what I got to say about it. He who has nothing to hide, thank you, hides nothing. I don't have nothing to hide. You understand? And I'm not going to subscribe to all that other stuff about God brought us the mayor and this and that, whatever. Whose God is that? Okay? There is, and I close with, retaliation and retribution for people coming forward. Not just what happened here tonight. Happens all the time. There's very vindictive atmosphere in this city from certain people. When you write tickets or you do what you're supposed to do and you try to do your job to your full performance, they don't want you to do it. They dismantled my office. We were doing thousands of tickets a month. inspections. From 14 inspectors to 2. How you do that? So you talk about raises and this and that. We had a revenue generator. Tickets for violations.
Thank you very much, Mr.
That's all
Gilmore.
I got to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Ms. Freeman, Valerie Freeman. She left.
She left. Next speaker.
Council President.
Lenore Byfield.
Byfield? Left. Next speaker.
Council
Elvis-
President.
1 second, Councilman.
Elvis Durham.
Mr. Durham?
If I may, Council President.
Councilman
before this
Jackson,
comes
I
in.
would like for the public portion to complete, and then you can have the floor.
This is relevant now. We have a great deal
Councilman
of-
Jackson, I am asking for the public portion to complete, and then you have the floor.
And I'm asking while the public is here because
Coun-
it's very relevant.
Councilman, are we almost done with the public portion?
No, we have 5, 8, 10, 12 people more, if they're here. I have
Okay.
12 on the list.
Mr.
They might
Durham?
not be here.
How y'all doing?
Good evening.
Just got a big announcement. Y'all already know, always talk about jobs. More jobs, less problems. We have smoking crab and seafood. Smoking crab and seafood is coming to Center City Mall. The big grand opening is Thursday, July 7 at 12 p.m. Thursday, July 7 at 12 p.m. inside Center City Mall on 301 Main Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey. Everybody is welcome to come to this #1 seafood restaurant. If you never heard of smoking crab and seafood, Google it. This is the best seafood restaurant in the world. And they're gonna be high-end. More jobs, less problems. I also want to say thank you to Councilwoman at Laws, Lisa Mims, one of my favorite councilwomen in New Jersey, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, for supporting the revival that came on the first war. See, I'm about to do a lot of great stuff on the first war. Just want to say thank you, and I appreciate it. And to everyone that couldn't make it but did acknowledge the revival, like my council president, she did acknowledge the revival that was coming through Paterson. I want to say thank you. Also, my home church, Redeemed Fellowship Center, is having a pre-women's conference, pre-women's convention, Sunday, July 10th at 4 p.m. at Redeemed Fellowship Center, 292 North 8th Street, Prospect Park, New Jersey. My pastor is Pastor Brenda Davis Gilbert. You know her, Council President. Y'all went to college together, I believe. We're in Paterson, right? Some college. Passaic? What school? I know it's some school. But it's the Women's Conference is coming very soon. And also, I got one more announcement. We got Summer Jam coming, y'all. I was fighting for Summer Jam to come to Paterson for a minute. So we got 3 locations. I'm just going to talk about one location. And it's coming to Councilman Louis Velazquez Ward. Councilman Louis Velazquez. Summer Jam is coming to 62 Park Ave. Hold on, just give me a minute. That's 62 Park Ave, right? 62 Park Ave, that's New Birth, Greater Community Outreach. 62 Park Ave, and that's Saturday, July 16, 2022 at 2 p.m. Summer Jam will be in Paterson, New Jersey, and it's coming to the 5th Ward, okay? And we will be on the 1st Ward. I will have more information when we come to the 1st Ward. That's Mike Jackson Ward. I'm coming to your ward, Councilman Mike Jackson. I'm coming. God bless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Durham. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes,
Council
ma'am.
President.
Councilman Jackson, I've asked that you please let
And
me
I'm
finish
asking
the
once again. I'm asking once again. It's very relevant.
Councilman Jackson, I am asking you to let me finish the public portion
And the
first.
clerk said there's a lot of people. I think
No,
it's very
we will
relevant.
let Councilman Jackson, you are going to have the floor. Madam
I'm aware
Clerk,
of
next
that, Council
speaker.
President, but I'm asking about the inappropriate condition right now that I would like to address right now.
But Councilman Jackson, I am asking you, as the president of the council presiding right now, that we will continue with the public portion, and then you will have the floor. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Next speaker is Ms. Cristel Garcia.
Mrs. Garcia? Crystal?
So while they're getting them, Council President, can I have 20 seconds?
Yes.
I believe, it is my opinion, this is the people's house for the public. It's very inappropriate to create a hostile and tense situation to have 2 police officers standing at the door where people need to come in and out. And that's what's escalating the situations the way it is. People should not feel intimidated to come into this space and come here and address the council. That's an intimidation factor, and it only comes from people who don't understand the conditions of this community.
Okay,
It's
Councilman.
very important. And
Okay,
it ain't about them just standing there.
Councilman Jackson, I'm going to say this to you. It's duly noted what you stated, but you should also know that these officers, I've been here for 8 years, and for 8 years we've always had, this is not because of anyone that's here today, these officers have always been here.
That's not true. They don't
That is-
stand
that
at the
is-
door like that.
Councilman,
They don't stand
okay,
at the door like that.
Where is
The
Ms.
officers
Garcia?
stand over there
Where
in
is
the
Ms.
corner.
Where is
They stand
Mrs.
in
They
various
always stand by the door.
positions.
Where is Mrs. Garcia? Is she here? Okay. Mrs. Garcia? Okay.
Good evening to all in attendance. 147 days and counting. I respectfully request an extra minute of time. Tonight we need to talk about the abundance. First of all, hold on, pause. To put it on record, right? Before this family even came in, we was told that we can't do this. We can't do this. I gotta hold it down here somewhere. Where in fine print it was a mandated order from this council to say that we can't do this. How? All the years, if you go back on the record, it shows that people are along there holding whatever the hell they want to hold. When it was political season not too long ago, they was holding Andre Mayor, everybody else, right? So how can't I hold my brother-in-law's poster? Don't tell me I'm doing too much, because you ain't seen too much just yet. I'm telling you what I want to tell you. Remember that, not what you're supposed to know. Okay? Now let me just get back, because I always get sidetracked with you guys. 147 days and counting. I respectfully request the extra minute. Tonight we need to talk about the abundance of influence that surrounds the Felix de Jesus case, especially all the conflicts of interest. The following information that comes to our attention: Mr. Feliciano's stepfather is a former municipal New Jersey judge with ties to Paterson. We also believe that Mr. Feliciano's mother works in the Office of Emergency Management as supervisor telecommunicator for the city of Paterson. We also believe that Mr. Feliciano has a sitting family member, as we know, on the current council, which graciously identified himself last week in the city council meeting. We deeply appreciate this transparency with the public. With all these conflicts of interest issues having people in very powerful, influential positions with the city and local municipalities, how does the De Jesus family reassure themselves that all 3 organizations investigating the Felix De Jesus disappearance, the Paterson, Helden, police departments, along with the Passaic County Prosecutor's Office that continues this investigation, that we don't know what they're investigating?
will not allow any other office or outside interference influence the outcome of this investigation. Why is it that the IA investigation is taking so long to conclude? What is it that they're investigating? The only thing that should be investigated is those body cam policies. Why hasn't the prosecutor's office requested assistance from the FBI in this matter? Using an outside federal agency can add resources to the case, assisting with zeroing in on what really happened on the night of February 2nd and ensure that any outside influences remain outside. We cannot have the fox in charge of the hen house. Or is it that the authorities already know what happened and they're stalling the results of the investigation because they know it will cause civil unrest in the community? We need the FBI to get involved with this investigation. We also would like for the city council to show the video of Felix de Jesus being handcuffed, detained, as per se, you know they say, and then pretty much thrown into the patrol car and driven away, not arranging any type of proper protocol, away from the bodega on February 2nd. Many questions have been raised about the timestamp on the video because the date shows the 3rd of February. And time is approximately 1:55 a.m. Felix went missing on February 2nd. We don't understand why the police body cam is set to Zulu time, which during the winter is 5 hours ahead of Eastern Standard Time. Many of you probably didn't know that. The Z behind the timestamp on the video identifies Zulu time. This could be standard operating procedure, or could it be that the camera was set incorrectly? We don't know. So on the night, the local time of Felix's encounter with the police was around 8:55 on February 2nd. In closing, the De Jesus family wants to remind the public that we are offering $20,000 for the safe return of Felix to the family, or any information leading to the arrest or convictions of any and all persons involved with Felix's mysterious disappearance or demise. Can we please play that video on this camera so that everyone can see this rogue police department, how they did not follow them proper protocols? In closing, I want to leave you with, if I tell you I don't want to get in that car and you still drove off, what does that leave you with? Have a good night.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Mr. Giovanni de Jesus. Giovanni.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
So, I only getting 4 minutes of video, right? But it been past 15 minutes, and these cameras are recording behind me. These officers' cameras. Why only we getting 4 minutes? Where's Mr. Jerry? Yeah, he left. All right. So now, last week I asked if I could see the video there. Maybe not this week. Maybe next week. Whoever. But now.
What we could do today, we shouldn't leave for tomorrow, like everyone says.
Good evening, council members. I hope that you guys seriously consider the lack of support that the Jesus family has received in the 4 months following the disappearance of my brother, Felix. Please understand that the leadership isn't defined by title. Leadership is provided by actions. Action that lead to accountability and transparency. Be assured that we will not rest until I find my brother, and we're gonna get justice and get answers and closure. I want my brother back. I think we gotta step this a little bit further down. Please, like, if we have to go vote for it or something. We've been asking for the past months and months. My mom is sick right now. She's in the house, stressed out. You know, it's a lot of things going on. But yeah, the cameras are still recording. And I'm only getting 4 minutes. Something gotta happen here, please. We need help. We need justice. We need these cops to be held accountable. Because I don't know what they're investigating. The IA, I don't know what they're doing. Prosecutors, I don't know what they're doing. We contact them, they're investigation. Everything's under investigation. It's way past 3 months, 4 months. His son just graduated the other day. You know how heartbroken is that? Huh? Father's Day? Huh? It's a shame. It's a shame. It's a shame. Like, I have to deal with this, man. I miss my brother, my father. We miss them. We need them back. And like my wife just said, we got 20 grand to bring my brother back safely home. Please, guys, help us out. Community out there. Somebody, if y'all know something, anything, contact us. Y'all got the Facebook, y'all got the numbers, y'all got everything. Please just contact us. Good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Stevie Jimenez. Stevie.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Eugenia Byfield.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Lester Ellis.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Councilman McCoy left. Justin Rucker.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Miss Billy.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Kimmy Freeman.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
I'm not sure of this person. It looked like, I'm not sure if he's Ella. I can't read this name. Andres Rodriguez.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Ortiz Jonathan.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk?
There's no one else on the public
Move to
portion,
close.
Madam President.
Move to close the public portion by Councilman Abdulaziz.
Hold on, she said, hold on, Council President, she said
I'm
her
sorry,
name
so
is
you,
there.
okay, so maybe that's the name. My
Oh,
apologies.
that's Eva right here. That's the one I could.
Ava Razak?
Yeah, I
Okay.
couldn't read it. Sorry.
Sorry, Mrs. Razak, she
Sorry,
couldn't read.
Sorry, my friend.
Our apologies.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, good
Good
afternoon,
evening.
good night,
Good
everyone.
evening.
The reason for my being here today is, it's a little different, but now, wow. I have to say this, guys. Feeling the pain of everyone in this city, it's heartfelt. And I have to say this because it's really touching. When somebody's, oh my God, when somebody's pleading for help for a family member, it needs to be taken as we are here. Because there's something that there is family. It could be your brother, it could be your sister, it could be your mom. And things in Paterson, hold on, mommy. And things in Paterson, people feel that they get brushed away, that you're nobody, that nobody's listening. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? We are taxpayers too. We might not contribute as much as others because we don't have it, but we need to, I don't know, how would I say this? If I was the mayor in this town and I don't have money, because I'm a broke bitch, but I survived with saying it, no, and bitch is being in total control herself, is not being the bad bitch, the being in total control herself. You would say there shouldn't be what's going on in our cities. Last week, I was coming out of the Walgreens, holy macaroni. If I wouldn't have turned around, the guy that was behind me, he was gonna rob me. And I turned around and said, yo, my man, don't get this cane twisted because it'll be around your neck. But it's hurtful when you're walking into these cities, into our city, and people in the stores are scared. You're going outside, you're getting robbed. People are missing. Families are screaming. People are starving. The city is not listening. Why? We're screaming, we're asking for help. And you know why? I got something to say. You're right when Ms. Mim says there's a lot of people in this town who don't want to get up and say anything because they're freaking scared. Guess what? I'm not. You know why? Because the world makes you feel that way. Why should you be scared? Why should be people starving? Why should be people having more than others? When there's food, when there's a seed, you plant it and it grows. City council members, I pray to God, and I really mean this. And I know I may not be nobody in this city, but I'm Ava. And I'm an asset in this city because wherever I go, I bring something to the table. I just not being cute because I have green eyes. And I get in trouble for standing my ground. If we, and I say we, council members, everyone, goes through your wards, see what's really happening instead of sugarcoating or people playing to play. I don't got time for playing. And I don't play. We're going through a serious crisis that our people are nervous. You have these seniors at home that are terrified to get out the houses. My mom is one. Mr. Ellis, there's a building that's being built right next door to my mom's house. Are you kidding me? And it's hell because that block is a hot potato on Pearl Street. Am I right or wrong? On Pearl Street, that's the block that's really hot, and I used to live there. I used to live in 111. Papi, we gotta be mindful, guys. And the mayor, where are you? Mayor, you gotta be here. You know why? Because people elected him. And if we are saying this to you guys, and there's only so much that the council members could do. I don't mean to be fresh with you guys that are sitting there, and my friend Ms. Long, I don't mean to be fresh. The mayor needs to be accountable. He wants people to vote for him. What the hell? Get your pants on right. Come to this meeting. Stand your ground with your people who voted you in, and let's stop. Hold on, baby. And let's stop the shenanigans. Because I got something to tell you. You're playing with family members who are enraged. And do you see what's going on in the cities? A lot of people not caring. They're not respecting. And I got something to say. For those who don't know it, I'm going to say this today. I am very spiritual. I get information from heaven, from where I get it. We're all in a rude awakening in this city. And there's a lot of people who are going to come down. They're going to get in so much trouble because they feel they're up here. And they look at people like this. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? We got you there. So that means that it's a mutual respect among us. What can we do for you? What can you do for us? And let's all do it for each other. Please, in this city, please, there's enough abundance to go around. And listen, I've been out of the loop for a long time. Why? Because I got crucified from a lot of people that, oh, you're running your mouth, we're going to do this. Well, yeah, come do it now. I'm not scared. My kids are old now. Bring it on. It's true. If it's my day to die, it is. Bring me some flowers. But it's true. Please, council members, I respect each one of you guys, and even though I'm not from your ward, if you ask Ms. Stevie to help you or get donations and stuff, Ms. Davila, you know me. I go above and beyond for people. But please, 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 council members, don't let things just slide by anymore, because you're going to be held accountable. And here it is. What you do in darkness comes to light. Please, God bless each one of you guys. I don't want you to feel that I'm attacking. I don't want to feel like you're attacking. But please, let's be mindful and let's be a little bit more compassionate. God bless. Thank you. And something else before I leave. I don't know who's doing all these apartments, but I got to go here. And I'm not being racist. Probably is going to sound it, but I'm not. Here it is. Here it is. Who the hell is giving all these, I'm going to go here, all these women from out of town, all these Section 8 apartments? What about us? What about the residents from here?
All
and
right.
you see all these people with cars, liquor stores, and they're getting Section 8, and we that live here are not getting these apartments. Why? And we're stuck with rents because we're paying high rents.
Thank you
God
very
bless.
much, Ms. Razak.
Have a blessed night. Sorry,
Thank you.
I'm not disrespecting.
Thank
I
you.
just,
Have a good night.
Move
Thank you
to
very
close.
much.
thank you.
Thank
Okay?
you. Move to close by Councilman Velez. Have a second? Have a second to close? Second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion of today's regular meeting.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting of June 28, 2022. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Mohammed, the number to DCA. I'll wait till you get a pen. 609-292-6420 and call for Monitor Mead. She is the fiscal monitor for this for the city of Paterson. Thank you. Mead.
Michelle Mead.
Your
vote?
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam Clerk, I just want to say to you all, everyone out there, I wish I had some answers. You know, we asked and we asked and we asked, and we don't have no answers. The answer's gonna come out. Something's gonna come out. So, with that being said, to the family, you know, I pray every night that you get some type of answers. I wish I could give you some, but I don't have any. I just also want to say that I know, they just like, you know, they say you don't interrupt, but they do. I don't know. I'll wait till my closing, because we still got a lot of things to vote on tonight. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Listen, I'm gonna just say this. Fair is fair is fair. And no city ordinance or no order written by the police chief can trump the Constitution of the United States. People have the right to express themselves how they feel fit to express themselves. They have a right to convene. They have a right to protest. And when you send a message by singling out certain groups, it sends a poor message. When we had the Garrett Heights Tenants Association here every other week protesting relative to their pilot, they stood against that back wall. They had signage. They were speaking out of context, out of order. They were hostile at times. When you had the fire department just a couple of weeks ago came in support of their fire chief, or whatever it was, they stood all around that back wall and wrapped all the way around there. To have armed officers standing at the gateway of the door does not send a sound message that they're there for protection, especially when you have a confrontation that took place. Now, I don't know who put this request in or who put this mandate in, but I'm a part of this council, and I should have had. They don't get the influence. The council chambers, the activity in the council chambers is controlled by the council, no one else. If the mayor wants to have a meeting in this room, he must send a letter of request to the clerk that requests the council chamber, the council president through the council to give him permission to have a meeting in this room. This room is controlled by the council. It is the room for the people. That right there sends a clear disdain, especially when there's an issue. Standing on the side, sitting down, actually interacting with the community is what should happen. But that right there, that's a form of bullying. That's a form of bullying. If I want to intimidate somebody, I'm gonna stand there just in an intimidating fashion. That's not proper. Especially when you have young people coming there. It's I don't even know how old the young lady is, but that's a poor message to be sent. I'm not sure how the whole thing came about, but I'm in total agreement. And I will say this: one, I didn't have to be disclosed. I went to the family's house to let them know that the officer involved was my cousin. I say that with without any issues. I don't run the police department. I'm not in charge of training. I'm not in charge of conduct or code of conduct. I stood away from all of that stuff. I'm in support of what I believe is right. No one deserves to not be considered. If they have a concern, they're residents of our community. Their concerns deserve to be addressed. However fashion, if I'm right or wrong, if I'm a person that's in the wrong, then I should be held equally accountable as anyone else. And Council President, I think since you curbed my concern, I would like to get an answer on who put in a request for this new mandate or update, because I wasn't informed. I didn't get an email or some type of notice that this new process that was going to take place in the council chambers was here. I saw the young lady sitting in the seat, and we've had numerous times when this council's full, people standing against the State of the City address. You're absolutely right. Everybody was standing back there, city officials. But some people are treated differently than others, and that's what this is all about. Anyway, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Thank you, Councilman Mims.
So much has went on, so much has been stated, but I have to agree with Councilman Jackson. I have watched the meetings, I've been in the meetings, and I've sat on this council for 4 years now. I've seen many people, even up to recent, come election season, they've been on all over the walls, they've been upstairs, they've been everywhere. I mean, everywhere. I have never heard of the law that was, or what was talked about tonight. I have never. I've been here. They have sat there, because you know, most people know when you stand in a certain, in the certain section, they know if you stand there, you get TV time. So they notice where to stand, you know. But I've been here where, I mean, it's been jam-packed. Even recently, jam-packed. Walls, seats, hall, upstairs, it's been jam-packed in here. And I'm telling you, I continue to pray and I try my best not to really, but tonight, it just bothered me because we've all have been privy to see it. Every person sitting here and out there, we've seen it been jam-packed. We've seen it. And with signs and that, we've all seen it. We've all seen it. So I just have, I don't know what's going on, but I'm telling you, I didn't, this is my first time hearing of that law or mandate, whatever it was. I've never, even if it is, if there is such a, if there is such a thing, I have never seen it in, like, never addressed here. I just have never seen it. And people have had signs for everything. I've seen signs for all types of stuff. People have said, they made their commentary and all type of stuff. So I'm not sure, but what I saw that went on tonight that caused us to be in a place where the cameras had to go off, I'm just, you know, my heart goes out to the De Jesus family. 147 days, not knowing where your family member is. I'm a family member. I'm a mom, I'm a grandmother, I'm a daughter, I'm a sister, I'm an auntie, and you've been very peaceful. I'm gonna say that. You've been very peaceful. You come, just asking for answers and everything. You have come, and just keep fighting for your family, because that's your purpose. Stay the task. Keep advocating on behalf of your loved one. Don't get distracted on that, because he needs your advocacy. He needs your love. He needs your prayer. He needs you, asking for answers and asking the tough questions. He needs that. So no matter what occurs, it's a hit, right? You take that hit, but be like a weeble wobble doll and bounce right back up and get back on your advocacy, because that's your focus. Don't be distracted. Don't get off course. Stay the course of doing that. There were other people that spoke at the mic, but I'll address those things later, but that took me somewhere tonight, and I'm praying for this family. But I have definitely seen in the years of visiting the council, sitting here, this chamber packed out. Election time, what you gotta do, look, let me tell you what to do. Oprah, go and get an Oprah request of the meetings, and you'll see it for yourself. I mean, it's been years of people coming here. Years. They've been coming here, standing around the walls, up in the count. God help our city. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera, we're closing the public portion.
So I'm in agreement. This family has been very peaceful considering what they're going through. I couldn't imagine being in their situation. It's very, very sad what is going on. But I also have been in this council watching also since probably 2000, maybe 10 or 12. And something that has been happening probably in the last 3 years is people just shouting in general, not just, the past few months. I'm talking about in the last probably 3 to 4 years. I see people shouting from that side, and we shouldn't have that. We got to maintain the quorum. The respect got to be from both sides. But regarding the signs, this has always been there for the past, so I don't know what is being said, don't know the detail, but I don't see nothing wrong with what is going on with the signs. We always had that in the past, since I could recollect watching. Even when I worked there, I worked there in 2000 and I believe it was 2007 or before, maybe 2004. And since that time that I've been attending council meetings, we always had this going on. But the only thing I don't approve of is the shouting that I've heard in the past 4 years, because I've seen people actually in the past, the council presidents in the past, asking the police to remove people, right, that were being disruptive, because we have business to run. We have, so I just want to add that, this is my last meeting, but when something is right, I stand by it, but when something is also wrong, I cannot approve and say otherwise. Like I said before, I'm not here to misinform, but people should not be shouting. You go to any other meeting, Board of Education meeting, you go to, Board of Commissioners meeting, you go to any other, and people don't shout and interact, so.
Thank you. Councilman.
Understood. My vote is yes, to close.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
So there's something I always said. You had to be persistent. You cannot start something, then in the middle of the road, stop and then start it all over again, because it turns into a miscommunication. I apologize in behalf of whoever did that decision to probably miscommunicate that situation, back alley situation. I will recommend the administration, because in the past, and although council members knows, even Councilman McJackson, even though he pointed in the past, there was no problem. Also, notice the chief telling people, go to the second level because the lower level is packed. So if that's the rules, they have to be continuous, persistent doing the same thing, so we could avoid this miscommunication. And on behalf of whoever did it, I apologize. Second, Eva, we go way back, your father, me. We go way back. Oh, your beloved father, And that building that you say that is being constructed in Pearl Street is already constructed. It was approved. It was, 125, something like that. Correct. It was approved by the zoning board based on the codes and everything. So soon it's going to be occupant. So the fences that you see in the front is going to be removed. The only situation I have there is 137, the after hours party and all that. That's my concern. And that's police issue. They know how to attack it. They even address it with Attorney General to go after the landlord of the property. The rest I could say that free, because somebody had to get the message at some point, right? The landlord or the tenant, they had to put order in that Pearl situation. There had to be an oasis in the middle of this situation. There have to be an oasis in the middle of the desert. Corporate counsel, you don't need to respond me now, probably at the end. Last week, I made a request based on the conflict of interest and based on the situation to give confidence to the family that everything is being done properly, that this case investigation, if it's not concluded, I don't know if you listen to me. Oh, you are? Okay, so if it's concluded, we want a detailed report and disciplinary action of this case, if it's completed. If it's not completed, I want my request to move this case to Bergen County, okay? To have transparency in the process of the investigation. If you said, and way back you stated, that the prosecutor's office is in charge of the investigation in that part, the attorney affairs in charge of the other, but if the attorney's affair is already completed and prosecutor's office still had the open investigation to transfer the case the way it is, or the finding to reinvestigate or finish the investigation in Bergen County. And then that will bring probably some relief and some more answers. And to the family, that give you also the opportunity to go to Bergen County and also to the city clerk, to the county chambers, to address them too, to make sure they do the right thing also. Okay? So, Council President, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Madam President?
Okay, so first I want to begin by saying that I got up after 5 hours of being here, sitting, and I do not exactly know what happened, but based on what I'm hearing from my colleagues here, I think you guys have been coming here weekly, and I don't think anyone has ever told you you cannot have your signs, and you guys are here. Okay, but I please, let me complete. I don't know why that has occurred, okay? And I will be addressing director, the chief. I don't want you, I know I'm on my time, but I need to know what happened and why. I mean, there's never been a moment that this council on this side, or even through the administration, unless I don't know something and this council doesn't know anything, we have never, ever. And you guys have been here weekly. So what occurred while I went to take a 5-minute break, Councilwoman Cotton and I don't know. And so I need to know before I vote, because I don't want the family here to think this is your chambers, you are allowed, and you're correct. I agree with my colleague that if this investigation, as a matter of fact, I would take it even further. Even if it's not complete, it is obvious to me that you still don't have answers. You have the right to request and say, I want the internal affairs investigation to be removed from the city of Paterson and our prosecutor and taken somewhere else. That's the right that you have. And I'll stand by you with that. Because you know what, day in, day out, we get here. See, I've already told you, when you come here and you express yourself, I'm listening. I don't want anyone here to think it doesn't go on deaf ears. Unfortunately, I cannot do or say anything. What I will say is, don't know what happened here today, all right? So I apologize, all right? Your signs are here. I have no problem. This chambers has no problems. You continue. You have that right. You have a loved one missing that I'm praying every day that he is found safe. So with that said, I just want, and I'm not sure if Corporation Counsel, maybe I should address Corporation Counsel, if I can ask what occurred before my vote, what occurred and why the officers felt the need to from what I hear, that you couldn't hold your signs? Is that Corporation Counsel? I don't know what happened.
Yeah, that's not my understanding, Council President. My understanding is that they're permitted to hold their signs, they're encouraged to hold their signs. It's not about their signs, but rather keeping the back way clear so that people can walk in and out, because my understanding is that people that have walked in and out have been cursed at and things have been said to them. So in order to make sure that there's clear access for people to go in and out, the chief, my understanding is, asked that the back wall be cleared so people can walk in and out. People are free to have their signs.
Okay.
People are free to display their signs. People are free to show their signs in the front row, in the last row, standing up, sitting down, in the middle.
Okay.
And I just want to reiterate, my understanding is that this is not a content-specific rule, that the police officers have been enforcing this rule pretty much all night for anyone standing in the back wall. It's not targeted to any particular person.
Thank you so much, Corporation Counsel. So you heard it here now. No, listen. Please, I'm not saying, please understand, I stepped out, okay? And there was I didn't see any issues, okay?
The moment we walked into this council, before we was in here in the chambers, we were in the hallway, he told
Oh, that's why you
us
call me?
that it was a mandated information
Okay.
that we cannot stand back here with these posters.
Okay.
I said, can I stand here? Am I going to speak? He said, you're doing too much. It got to be down here. I sat right here.
Okay.
I'm holding it like this. He said, you're doing too much because I did this.
Okay, so Ms. Garcia, Ms. Garcia, let me just say, because I'm getting ready to vote, but I just heard loud and clearly, this is not something that is written anywhere. If I heard correctly, and you're recording, and all council members here, it was the chief of police who, the chief of police, if you heard correctly, it came through the chief of police to keep clearance from the back. So with that said, I'm not saying right, yes or no, okay, please, all right, but I needed to understand because I didn't know what happened. As I stated, and I'll say it again, you continue to come here, but I am going to say this, that I think there should be a request, all right, that it's made, and possibly because you have already, you have yourself some legal representation, to have them put forth and try through the prosecutor's office to see if this internal affairs investigation could be removed from Paterson.
Council
okay?
President.
So, no, I'm on the floor. I have the floor right now. So I wanna just thank you for making me understand, because, you know, truly, when I got up, I did not know what happened, and I came back, and so you're not doing too much. I don't think the family is doing too much. I wish that we can do more. So with that said, to
Council
everyone else here,
President?
to Ms. Reza, I am in the middle of voting, my dear.
Council President, may I?
I'm sorry, I thought it was you.
No, I'd rather him say it because the
Thank you.
request, we talk about the request.
In order
Corporation
to,
Council.
thank you, Council President, for the opportunity. Councilman Velez made a request that we submit a letter to the Bergen County Prosecutor's Office regarding transferring the matter to them. We're happy to do so, but as I spoke to Councilman Velez, rather than it come from Councilman Velez, we just need the council to agree that it would come from the council as a body of the whole.
Okay, we'll move it forward. Okay, thank you very much. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public
Council
portion.
President, but address it. It's going to be as
Council-
all of
Coun-
us?
It should be.
Okay, so
This
all of us
body will
is
take,
the city
it'll be,
council.
if you can prepare something and each council member
It's
sign
better
off,
off,
so,
yeah.
so everyone is in approval of it.
Yeah, I'll draft it on behalf of the
Thank you
council.
very much.
Thank you.
We will have that draft done, okay? Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to continue the city business. So, Madam Clerk, you have to read the votes, or we're done and we're able to move forward?
I'm going to read the vote.
Okay.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public portion of the regular meeting is now closed.
Thank you very much. Okay, council members, we have 4 ordinances, second reading.
I think it's 3
and we
left.
still
We have 3
have,
left.
1, 2, 3, which some of these I know will go quickly. All right, so Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and move forward and move to item number 2.
Next item is our second reading ordinance, and item number 2 for
Can I,
second reading.
one second, Madam Clerk, I cannot hear.
Next item is our second reading ordinances, and its next item is item number 2 for second reading. Public hearing is required.
Once. She can't read it into the record if there's people speaking.
Ready, Council President? Okay. Our next items are second reading ordinances. Item number 2 for second reading, public hearing is required. An ordinance creating Paterson Code Chapter 172 to be entitled Cannabis Licensing and Operating. Administration Ordinance 22047. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I have moved by Councilman Abdelaziz. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Rivera. The public hearing is now open on item number 2.
Thank you. Like I said before when I first started, it was going to be a tough evening tonight. But let me stay on the same accord on this particular ordinance. When we go back and we look at what the social equity federal legislation states in terms of the adoption by the state of New Jersey, is that one of the things that they had to do was look at the disparaged communities disproportionately punished for cannabis, marijuana, whatever, over the years, and give them an opportunity to participate in the new legislation for the recreational activity items. We know that in Paterson and or other places, they've had already established with the medical marijuana dispensaries the opportunity to participate in that area. They had a head start in that area to pick up and to promote the recreational, which we saw happen not too long ago as it was approved. We know that there was, and a lot of back and forth went on the maximum amount of taxation could be 2%. I said it then, I'm saying it again. I'm not arguing that. The issue is that we have state legislators, Senate and Assembly District, that can go down to the legislature and lobby for those particular communities like Paterson and other disparaged communities in the state for special compensation or dispensation on raising the taxable amount on those activities. If you're only getting $40,000 on $2 million collected since it started, $40,000 on $2 million collected, that's nothing, nothing compared to what may or may not be needed to seed minority companies. Not only there in terms of seeding the companies, but technical assistance. We know that these new businesses and opportunities need to have technical assistance. In Paterson, and I challenge anyone to tell me different, who is the go-to person in Paterson to get information and technical assistance on startup on recreational marijuana activities? With that $40,000 that's already been collected, what did you do with it? Where's the accountability for the money, those monies collected? I think it's a fair question. You know, when we had the presentation, nice PowerPoint, what happened after that? Where's the opportunity? Where's the help? You know, this is a problem. You know, you drop something and then it goes no further. So this is what I'm bringing forward. Somebody needs to champion. We need a champion, and not only there, but other areas as well. But right now, $40,000 off of $2 million collected. Who's talking to Benji, Shavonda, and other folk related to forwarding this opportunity? I just don't see it, and nobody's telling us anything, and I think it's a valid question for our community, black and brown folk, because to me, it is insufficient to go by, and I haven't been there yet, but I think I saw a video or a picture or something where, and somebody has said as well, they shuffled out the Spanish kid and the black kid, and I think somebody else I know works there. That's not enough for no hourly wage person to be your representation for helping the disparingly treated community. You got a black person and a Spanish kid, and that's it. That's not working. Where's the ownership? Where's the training? Where's the joint ventures? Where are the businesses that are generated off of those activities?
Mr. Gilmore,
Packaging.
you're over your time. I've allowed more time. Can you please wrap up?
Yes, I am. I waited all night to say this. Where's the packaging, the promotion, the designing, the graphics, all the other businesses that are generated off of this industry that has now come into town? Minority business opportunities and partnerships. That's what we're looking for. We're getting the short end of the stick every time. Nobody's championing these issues for us. And God help us, the NAACP, you can forget about that. They ain't doing nothing. So, and or the Negro Committee. You know, there's this, the Negro Committee, you know, with Fulmore and the rest of them over there. They ain't doing nothing. So, I call it like I see it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Move to close.
Move to close the public hearing by Councilman Abdulaziz. Do I have a second? Second. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 2.
Who seconded?
Council President.
Oh, Council President, okay, I'm sorry. Roll call to close the.
Mr. Gilmore, wait up, I have a response for you.
Roll call to close the public
closing the public
hearing
portion.
on item number 2, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So you stated anyone speak to our state legislature. So I spoke to one of our assembly members this past weekend. And you're right, the 2% is what the state legislature allowed municipalities. That's all we could do. But there's a 6.625% tax that goes to the state. In the state, that money's earmarked. It doesn't go to general funding. That money's earmarked for cities like our city, right? And that's not only 6.625% of what cannabis sales in Paterson, that's the pot from Cape May to Sussex County. And that money will be earmarked for programs, right? Social equity programs that the state will give to the city of Paterson and our assembly people and our state legislation senators. And this cut right now have some plans. And I would ask anyone to reach out to them, but there is a carve out. 6.6 every sale, 6.625% goes into that pot just for social equity programs for black and brown communities that were hit the hardest on the war on drugs. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Carton.
I'd like to say one thing real quick. Under the new reorg, when the council is reorged, maybe we can get a blue ribbon commission or a couple of council people that can be assigned to make sure that there's equity in the social equity program.
Okay, thank you very much. My apologies, Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah. No. Oh.
Councilwoman Sierra
That's
vote
what-
next.
I didn't, she didn't call my name.
No, I did, but he
Oh, you
was,
did.
he
It
was
still
speaking.
talking.
So, yes,
Before
your
you
vote.
step out, Mr. Gilmore, I've gone to California recently and Illinois. And each state I went to, California, I went to a cannabis, it was retail. California, when I spoke to the people in California, their tax was 30%. And you know, when you look at this, and like you said, you gotta have our state people understand that the 2% is nothing. It's nothing. Clearly seeing how much money could be made, and it's gonna be made, the 2%. I go to Chicago, in the middle of downtown Chicago, in the middle by the Sears Towers, it's a retail store. But of course, when you go into them stores, you know, they take a picture of you, they copy your ID, they got security, they got everything. Just 2%, and I did get the information from the California man. He's gonna help me with other things that could be put in place for us to get more money, because just 2%, compared when he said 30%. I go to California, David and Miss Wahida, and who's sitting inside but a young lady from the city of Paterson is working in the cannabis retail shop, coming from Cow Street, she said. And they're making really good money, meaning the workers that's working in this industry with them. So, Mr. Gilmore, I hear what you said. I have the contact for the California man to see how we supposed to get more money. Because 30% ain't nothing. I mean, 2% ain't nothing. And 30% in California. So I need to put that out there. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
I don't understand how we still asking how. It's very simple. We write it into the ordinance. We write it into the ordinance that there's a mandate for anyone that wants to do business in the city of Paterson for recreational marijuana, that there must be some inclusion. We have the capacity to do that. We're not talking about the 2% that was set aside for taxation that has to go through the state, because the state gonna get all their money. We're talking about the provisions that the council had the power to create. We could have wrote anything. You gotta paint the front of your building yellow. You gotta put whatever out there. We had the ability to do that. This was a fake out. The state came before us and said, oh, we're gonna require every applicant to have a certain percentage of minority ownership. Where's the minority ownership at this place in Paterson? None. There is none. But yet again, the council folds its cards and yields to everybody else that wants to claim that we can't. Nobody has discredited the fact that we had the ability to write in the legislation, if you want to service the community of Paterson, you had to partner with a local group that has Paterson's best interests in mind. We're losing yet again. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Donations to political PACs. Check that out.
No, we just closing. The public portion.
Closing public portion. Yes, to close public portion. Yeah, he's going next.
And Velez, we're closing the public, Councilman Rivera, not Rivera, Councilman Velez, we're closing the public hearing on item number 2, the cannabis ordinance.
Yes, Council President.
Okay, so you say yes?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President,
Vote is yes.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 2.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 2 for second reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I understand what we have to get. There's some things in here that are written in here, but we have to get started, and we have to get started. There's things that's in here that we can go forward. Like I said, speaking with the people in California, of different things too that could be put added in place, and referring to the state, back and forth. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
There's no explanation even needed. I mean, it's gonna get shuffled along anyway. I don't understand, when the elected people gonna start standing forward for the community and remaining consistent. We have an opportunity to make sure that if anybody wants to now benefit from the retail sale of drugs that minority people have been consistently villainized and criminalized in doing, that they must partner with a local entity. But yet we're gonna skip right over that and allow people to come in our community and make millions of dollars off the backs of people that have been incriminated for doing it for so many years. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
No, thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
After taking a trip to Atlantic City and sitting down and in the cannabis classes or whatever they was doing over there, I got more knowledge of what's going on. The state is the one with the Cannabis Commission that pulled the rules. If they want to be inclusive, not inclusive, they have their own rules. The only thing I could say right now is that the administration met in the middle. I had a 6th license for each. We put it to 3. Just as a pilot, they could come back and add more if it's working properly. If the revenues are coming in, of course, we want a 6-6, right, of each. Regarding amending this ordinance, there's still room for improvement. We could come back and amend and add things that will benefit the community in every aspect. Zoning, uses zone, or whatever, we could amend it. So thank you, administration, for meeting in the middle for the request that I requested 3 licenses for each. My vote is yes on this.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera,
Yes.
Council President.
I feel like every time I go to the bathroom, it's like everything just,
We fast, that's why.
no, so I wasn't, all right. My vote is yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 1 against, and 2 absent. Item number 2 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you very much. We have police. Let's just do this real quick. I believe you are 45, right? 45? Okay. We're happy to have you here. Number 45, Madam Clerk, for the record, please read
Yes,
into the
Madam
record.
President. Next item is item number 45, resolution authorizing the city of Paterson to enter into access and license agreements with the producer of the series On Patrol Live, Police Resolution 22-420.
So move.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Cotton. Does
Direct.
anyone have, if you could just do a quick
Sure.
synopsis, okay?
And I also, and I know Eamon's going to get mad at me for this, but if you think about live rescue that we did,
You guys have the confidential document in front of you, okay?
believe it or not, this is the same company, and it's going to be the same similar type of show. With the police department, I will be out there every Friday and Saturday night with a tour commander or a deputy chief in a car. We will be going to different jobs. We're not going to be going to someone, God forbid, dead in the highway. We'll be going to accidents, we'll be going to fires, we'll be going to, some of the community policing events. We're going to go to whatever we can, but the good thing is transparency. We just seen what we talked about here tonight, and we have this individual that's missing. Well, guess what? Just so you know, Mr. DeJesus was on live rescue. He was an individual that was picked up, got out of the ambulance. I went over and said, "Let me help you," to Mr. DeJesus, put him in the ambulance, drove with him in the ambulance to the hospital, and took him there. That's transparency. We have our
Director,
cameras.
let's stick to
Yeah, I
this.
mean, I just wanted to let you know. So the show is going to be Friday and Saturday nights. We will receive funding like we did the last time. The city will be paid. We'll negotiate that price. I don't want to say the number because we're
In the
well
process.
paid and there's 25 cities involved, so I don't want to compete with anybody. But last time, I know I was the highest paid city. So
Okay.
Council President.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 45.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 45 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Rivera?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
The only thing is, I just noticed here that I don't know if it's like that, Amen. Please just check, Amen, just check, because at the last page has everybody's signature. If we're voting on this to approve, the council's supposed to be signing this agreement just in case, right? No? No. Okay. Hey, I know you do a great job, Director.
thank you very much.
And I know that you know how to lobby when it comes up to revenues.
I just hope you'll talk to my wife about the Friday and Saturday nights for the
I
next
know.
Director?
year.
We're on roll call, Director.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Turn your microphone
I'm
off.
I'm tired tonight.
I like when you call me Lou. Yes, Lou.
Go ahead, Councilman.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Mims, we are voting on item number
Yes.
45. The
Yes.
vote is yes. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 45 is hereby adopted.
We should do one with DPW.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, God.
You imagine you in the truck?
Let's vote on 43, then 44. Actually, no, we have director here, so let's do 44 first, then 43.
44.
You got another one up there too.
And then
We have director, we have DP, he'll be next.
Oh, 43.
Long day today. Sorry.
Next item is item number.
Director, really? Did you get nervous? All right, so I don't think there's any questions to this, all right? Just stand there. I don't think there's any questions. We're going to read it into record. Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 44, resolution authorizing an extension of contract with United Way of Passaic County for the financial consultant services to implement the Paterson Financial Empowerment Center, Department of Health and Human Services. Health and Human Services, Resolution 22419.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Gleek. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 44.
Before he goes.
Discussion, Councilman Velez.
Director, we spoke offline, but reading the service agreement, this is the one before, because this is say January 19, but in the second page, it's in page number 2, in the compensation, 143,500, 500, yeah, 143,500. We don't own nothing, right?
It's all. Sorry.
You are correct, Councilman. We do not owe anything. We've already paid the money. This is just so that we can finish the contract until the 12th, when the councilors are going to start transitioning to the new nonprofit.
So to finish the scope of work with
Correct.
whatever they have.
So they can still have access to the systems, which is not owned by us. It's owned by the CFE.
Before we move on to the other, can you bring them to ask them some questions?
The new nonprofit? Sure, I can
Thank
extend
you.
an invitation.
All right?
Absolutely.
Based on my request through the chair, I know we're gonna change to another nonprofit, so we wanna know how this is gonna develop and the benefit of the Empowerment Center, that the community take advantage, but we wanna know how they're gonna be settled,
Absolutely.
okay? Thank you.
Yeah, but we voting on it.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 44 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
We're voting on 44?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Hopefully, Madam Mayor, just in case, my comment is to come back later, but we're not using ARP money for this type of program, right, correct? Okay, so the email that you sent us today regarding the ARP money for that program that we was lottery, that getting the, are we gonna, that came to the council for approval? No?
No, that would be part of the ARP allocation as part of the introduced budget. Yeah,
Okay.
that would be a guaranteed income program. We would encourage those people to use the Financial Empowerment Center as we did this time around.
Okay, so I'm gonna vote, but I got one question, Council President, for Madam BA, based on that statement. My vote is yes, but I'm coming back with my question.
Okay.
Madam President?
Yes.
Council
The
President.
vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 44 is hereby adopted.
Council President, before you
Very
move
good.
forward.
Item 43?
Council President,
Next
before you move forward, Madam BA stated that it's gonna be to the budget, the ARP money for that type of program.
Can we,
But, no,
this
because.
is like, you're asking like some new business. Can we just complete, we still have 2 directors here, please? And we'll at the end, please.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilman
All right.
Velez.
I have 3 other items.
What?
You do? Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
And you don't have to go to
to.
Chicago?
How about, you stay here till the end with us?
I'd love to.
All right, so you
Feed
are
me.
38, 39, and,
37, 38, 39.
yes. Madam Clerk, in that order, 37, 38, and 39.
Next item is item number 37, Item number 37 reads, Amendment to Resolution 21:554, authorizing the City of Paterson to enter into a memorandum of understanding with certain entities to provide for and advance a COVID-19 health literacy program, Health and Human Services, Resolution 22-412.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Do I have a second? 37. Second by Councilman Jackson and Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 37.
Just a question,
What's the company?
Director.
Yes.
Through the chair. So
Councilman Velez.
it's to add New Jersey Community Development Corporation, that's NJCDC?
Correct.
So that's the only one?
No, it's the only one. You have already approved a resolution where I sent the information to the clerk, but the resolution you approved prior was to enter into the same agreement with St. Paul CDC, Oasis, New Destiny, Boys and Girls Club, 4Cs, Health Coalition of Passaic County, Paterson Alliance, and Passaic County Community College. So you've
okay.
approved those partners. This was the only one that we were missing, that it was swapped out for a prior one.
So can you give us later on through email a scope of work, what they're gonna use the money for?
Yes, absolutely.
Please.
Yep.
I get a lot of cases, I could refer through you to see what they have for them, so.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 37 for approval. Councilman Jackson? Yes. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
What is this?
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 37 is hereby adopted.
Item 38.
Next item is item number 38, resolution authorizing award of contract to New Jersey Community Development Corp. for financial consultant services to implement the Paterson Financial Empowerment Center, RFP number 2022-38 for Department of Health and Human Services, Resolution 2241.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 38.
Roll call on item number 38 for approval. Councilman Jackson?
Can I have a discussion before you go to vote?
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to
Sure,
acknowledge
yes,
the
yes.
discussion, because when I say, a
Yeah.
first and a second, someone has to say discussion
I
so
know,
we can
no.
start it. But I am going to
Yeah, call me
say
off
this,
guard, yeah.
and to Director, and I know that anytime that this entity is part of an application, it's scrutinized, right? And I want to put on record, because I read something, I didn't realize that the director or the CEO of United Way is going to be leaving us. June 30th is her last day. It's my understanding that the agreement was with, for the Financial Empowerment Center, it was through the partnership, because you need to have a partnership with an entity like United Way, that I guess there's some changing, because I just put on record why this entity now has become part of, or at least we want to be able to work with this entity with the financial consulting services.
So the contract with the United Way was for 1 year. The RFP was put out. The NJCDC scored higher, and this is why we are at this juncture.
Okay.
So this director, and that's why it caught me off guard, and I asked you, when you guys gonna do this, please bring them for we could ask, well, how's it gonna be the scope of work? But you already had an RFP. In the beginning of the conversation, the workshop was that United Way no longer is gonna transfer the duties or whatever to NGCDC. Now I learned that it was an RFP involved. You understand what I'm saying? That's why it threw me off. And it was pitch and sell. United Way no longer is gonna be doing it. they partnered with NJCDC, and it was like an automatic transfer. Now it was an RFP that two of them participate, and how many letters was sent? How was this published?
7.
Where's they? Oh, 7, yeah. And only 2 came back?
The RFP's respondents were only 2.
Is there any way, just a question, just to be transparent, is there any way when I don't know, Harry Savalos, know where we're going. I know that in the past we say at least put the number of people that we send, the people that responding, that's why we have it here, right? But is there any way that they could disclose those that pick up, even that they didn't return it?
Harry can answer that. He was gracious enough to handle this process for us.
Correct. And he does a great job on that.
Yes,
I
he
don't have no
does.
doubts on that. But it's to add more transparency, how many people picked up with names and address, or at least names, and listed a list in the back. Like, for example, you have 2 that came back, right? But can we list also that the one that not came back, just to save, information to us over here? Because I could be out there, right, for example, and let's make believe there's an entity in Paterson in the 5th Ward, pick up the package, and did not return nothing, didn't participate, but at least we know that they pick up and it was them that they want to participate. But it could come back and say, I'm walking out there, and the same organization say, hey, I submitted everything, and then, nothing came back to me or whatever. I just want to know if they could disclose the whole participants list.
That's the reason, we had this conversation before. That's the reason I think the first paragraph, first whereas may reference how many packages were picked up. In this case, I think it were 7. And we disclose the participants under the law. Whoever participate, 1, 2, 3, they disclose on the summary on the second page of the resolution always.
What do you want me to do? This was
And the
discussed
reasons
before.
why.
I mean, I can't stop
You know
it.
what I'm saying, right? Yeah, no, I got you.
Item on the workshop.
Now,
Workshop right now, and an item that we're gonna take action.
Yeah, but Council President, what happened is that, we don't have no problem. The item and director, you did a great job, all right, but probably you forgot before you go into Chicago to tell us that the RFP was already done. That was the situation. And knowing that, yeah, correct, so that's it.
yeah, because let's say a case of 41 proposals, which we had they pick out the packages. You want 41 names that they are really the minimum for, because the only ones be named by law would be the ones that are being credited.
Right, the one who submits the RFPs. Those
Yes.
are the ones should be listed.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Roll call, yeah, Councilman Jackson.
You put it difficult for me.
So,
Holy.
Council President, maybe you can help me out here.
Yes.
Since you said this was discussed, what was the grading rubric?
I think that question should be asked to the director, what the rubric is.
No, but you said that it was already disclosed. We discussed this.
No, I said we discussed the item. I didn't tell you in detail what we discussed, so if you want to ask the director, he's right here, you can ask him for the rating rubric.
All of the RFPs come with a scoring sheet from the purchasing department, and that is what the people who score it go by.
Why wasn't the score sheet included in?
We can facilitate that to Madam Clerk, but
Because I'm very curious of how an entity that's never done this before scored higher than an entity that this is their area of expertise.
well, the United Way
It's not
had
them, they're
not
too-
done that before either, until we partnered with them. They used to do a tax, they would fill taxes out for low-income individuals, but not necessarily financial counseling at this level, which is a national model, and we're only one of like 32 in the country.
And so, Councilman Jackson, to what you're asking, It's my understanding that the staff that is currently
They will transition
they're
on to the
transitioning
NJCDC.
to, because I don't know that NJCDC per se, or maybe they do. I'm sure that through the process, you know, that was,
They've,
that
I'm
was
sorry,
part of the
Madam
rating.
President. They've already had a conversation. The nonprofit manager has had a conversation with leadership at NJCDC that we facilitated. We've already facilitated for the counselors to meet the leadership at NJCDC. Their resumes have been exchanged and sent over to NJCDC. So all of the normal transition process has begun so that we don't lose services for the residents of the city.
But that's my point. I mean, you have an entity that's now gonna take on the hiring of the total operation of another entity, but yet they scored higher.
So the way that it works is we have a city manager and a nonprofit manager. The nonprofit runs a day-to-day with the staff that's there, but we also have the CFE fund, which is the team that started this in New York with Mayor Bloomberg, and they oversee this with us. So there's check-in calls every week. So the same thing will occur at the NJCDC. The staff is going to be the same. It's just going to be who the nonprofit agency that houses the program is.
All right, whatever.
Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call?
Sure, Madam President. Roll call on item number 38 for approval. Councilman Jackson?
No.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims? Abstain. Councilman Velez?
$158,500 is gonna go for the first year. It's a contract for 3, right? Hey, we need to empower hopefully they don't empower them to how to construct a playground, but hey, you know, we could do more, right, with them. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
I want to thank this Financial Empowerment Center because they have helped over 500 families fix credit. I mean, they are available in all with no fees attached to it. So I just want to thank NJCDC for becoming partners, okay, with the city and with the Financial Empowerment Center. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 3 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstain, 4 absent. Item number 38 is hereby adopted.
Okay, 39?
Next item is item number 39, resolution authorizing social service allocations for the period of January 1, 2022 through December 31st, 2022. Health and Human Services Resolution 22414.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on
Roll call.
item 39 for
Yes.
approval.
Roll call on item number 39 for approval. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
We haven't approved the budget 22, right? Not yet.
We try to introduce it.
Okay, so I just want to let you know that this $202,000 come from the 2022 budget, and it had not been approved. So, Madam BA, the last request that we did is that to try to identify money from other expenses that probably is not going to be expended to see if we could put more money in this type of program, so we could give more, or have more participants in this type of programs. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 39 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Director DPW, we're gonna go with 40, 41, and 42,
We have all
in
that?
that order.
Sure.
Councilmembers, just to make you aware, we still have, I believe, 2 items on second reading, and I think that we are able to take them both together and open the public hearing together because they're both an ordinance to establish handicap parking spaces. All right. Madam Clerk?
Number 40. Next item is item number 40 for approval. Resolution authorizing rejection of all bids and authorizing the solicitation of new bids for the collection of solid waste for the City of Paterson, bid number 22.17, Department of Public Works, Resolution 22415.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 40.
Madam President, this is new for them, Suburban? Did they done this normally, right?
We're rejecting
We're
the bid.
rejecting
the bid. We are rejecting-
I know, but look at the causes why. So you have one, two, three, four. If they are already accustomed to bid, they should submit all that. You know what I'm saying?
No,
The price is triple.
I don't,
Look, the bidder did not include acknowledgement of receipt of addendum. The bidder did not provide consent authority. The bidder did not provide
Okay,
pricing
so
for.
Councilman, you don't have to read the whole thing. We
Yeah.
have here I
Go ahead.
can't believe that we are doing a workshop on a regular session. I cannot.
Through the chair,
Can you
Council
please
President.
address the councilman?
What? Thank you. Councilman Bellis, what you're reading is the reason why we reject and not consider the other bidder. No Suburban. There were two participants. The reason why they have to be spelled out on the resolution. Specifically why it's not here required because we're not going to award the contract to anyone. Not the first company, EV, I believe it was, nor Suburban. And we have to be specific of the why, and that's the reason that detail in the resolution.
So this was not saying in the workshop, that's why.
Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 40 for approval. Councilman Jackson,
The same thing?
number 40.
No.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Hope we have more participants, my vote is yes,
Madam President,
Yes.
and low price.
the vote is 4 in favor, 1 against, 4 absent. Item number 40 is hereby adopted.
41.
Next item is item number 41, resolution authorizing payment to Rock Equipment Rentals LLC for the rental of sewer equipment for the Department of Public Works, Resolution 22416.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 41 for approval.
What are we renting here? Oh, so, okay, yeah, all right.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 41 for approval. Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
And we taking from capital and count number 1, number 2, and mixing it together?
yeah.
All right, my vote is yes.
Madam President,
Yes.
the vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 41 is hereby adopted. 42?
42, please.
Next item is item number 42, resolution authorizing contract extension with Suburban Disposal, Inc. for a period of 6 months for the collection of solid waste for the City of Paterson. Administration Resolution 22417.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez,
Recommendation.
second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 42.
I'm getting, Madam, I have to put this on the record. Director,
Councilman Velez.
I'm getting a little bit complaints, not like Jackson get us a lot, but there's no reason, no taxpayer in the city of Paterson have to give $10, $5, $20 to take nothing.
You're absolutely right.
Nothing. Taxpayers, you're not obligated to give not even $10, $5, $20, whatever you will have to give them to take items from your sidewalk. If they don't take it, call me. I'm boots on the ground. I'll be there with the director.
Send me the address.
I will send the address to the director. My vote.
Thank you very much, Councilman, for putting that on record. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 42.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 42 for approval. Councilman Jackson, Did you say yes, sir? Thank you. Councilman Khalid? Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
I'm a little nervous. Wow.
Amen.
Now garbage gonna get picked up.
Hurry up before you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I'm honored. Yes, I was gonna vote no.
You always make me laugh. Madam President?
Yes.
It's gonna snow.
No, serious. Sorry, Councilman, I can't go back.
Good night, Council.
You
Thank
already voted. Madam President, I'm sorry. Madam President.
He
Are you
reconsidered his vote.
changing your vote? It's no? Okay.
Give you the vote.
All right, let me change your vote, Councilman. Councilman Velez.
We celebrate for 3
Makes
seconds.
me
That's
laugh.
okay.
Okay,
Madam President, your vote now.
I said yes.
Thank you. The vote is 4 in favor, 1 against, and 4 absent. Item number 42 is hereby adopted.
Okay, very good.
This is dry.
Madam Clerk, let's do 43.
43. Oh, next item is item number 43. Resolution endorsing the statement regarding rejection and condemnation of the remarks of officials in the ruling party in India against the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and demand for actions. This is sponsored by Councilman Kalik. City Council Resolution 22418.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Kalik, second by
Second.
Council President Davila, Councilman Velez. Anybody else want a second? Councilwoman Mims. Jackson?
Entire council?
No, just the three. Okay, very well. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 43.
Roll call on item number 43 for approval. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There was a demonstration last Friday, June 24th, in front of City Hall. Some of my council colleagues were present. You've seen the sentiment of the people. The reason that sentiment was that there was a statement, remarks made by some parliament members in India against Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I'm a follower of Islam. I totally condemn it, and also I believe by showing the support for my council colleague, you guys reject those remarks as well. And my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
The principle of theology is to respect everybody's belief. And I support this resolution. Councilman, as soon as I read it, I joined it. So my vote is, and thanks God I was not there, because if I was there, I'd make it vocal. True and real. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 43 is hereby adopted.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I want to take second reading 3 and 4. They're both same item. It's an ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces in various locations throughout the city. I'd like to take them both, and we'll open the public hearing for both. 3 and 4, please.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is a second reading ordinance is item 3 and 4. Item number 3 and both 3 and 4 requires a public hearing, and 3 is an ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. 3 Knickerbocker Avenue, 52 Paterson Avenue, 73 Paterson Avenue, 106 Sherman Avenue, and 12 Redwood Avenue. Department of Public Works, Ordinance 22048, and item number 4 for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads: 305 Caldwell Avenue, 58 Dayton Street, 727 East 26th Street, 14 Jane Street, 39 North York Street, 33 Redwood Avenue on Henry Street side, south side, 560 Summer Street on the west side, and 289 Totowa Avenue on the south side. Department of Public Works, ordinance number, hold on, Council President. Let me just look at this agenda.
22-48.
Number 4, let me just look at the number. And that's ordinance number 20, Department of Public Works, ordinance number 22049.
So move.
Second.
It's
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Kalik. The public hearing is now open for items 3 and 4 for second reading.
The officer want to say something?
See no one, move to close.
Seeing none, move to close by Councilman Kalik and second by Councilman Velez.
Yes. Oh, yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Roll
We
call, Madam
understand your
Clerk.
concern.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on items 3 and 4 for second reading.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public hearing, items 3 and 4. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Definitely, yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The public hearing is now closed for items 3 and 4.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Roll call on items 3 and 4 for second reading approval.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on items 3 and 4 for second reading. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes. Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Items 3 and 4 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We're going to go through 23, 24, 25, 26,
I thought we
27,
finished.
30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35.
Can you repeat again, Council
In
President?
that order.
What the number are we beginning with?
23.
These are the ones that are left. We're going to go with 23, 24, 20, in order.
I thought we did 23 already.
I thought we was packing too
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I have
No,
23.
this is
No, I
a-
have 23 separately.
Yeah, it's
That's what happened.
non-consent. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and then 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35. And that would be the ending of the agenda.
I understand.
Okay, next
that.
item is item number 23 on the non-consent agenda. Item number 23 reads resolution authorizing award of contract Matrix Consulting Group for consultant services to provide operational assessment for several departments and divisions. RFP number 2022-40 Administration Resolution 22398.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilman Velez and Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 23 for approval.
Roll call on item number 23 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 23 is hereby adopted.
Item 24, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 24, resolution authorizing a contract with Enforces, Inc. for annual subscription and maintenance services related to CAD RMS system for the Division of Information Technology. Administration Resolution 22399.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Kalik and Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 24 for approval.
Roll call on item number 24 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 24 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Item 25.
Next item is item number 25, resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Ray Light Sr. And this is sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lelisa Mims, Councilwoman Ruby Ann Cotton, and co-sponsored by the remaining council members. City Council Resolution 22400.
Second.
So moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman
Second.
Cotton.
Second.
And Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 25 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to the family of Ray Light Sr., he was absolutely a wonderful person. Having an opportunity to work with him, and I didn't have a job, but I was the parent council, I was the president of the PTA at Eastside High School when he was there back in the 90s, 1999, when he was the parent coordinator there at Eastside High School. And I can just say that he was absolutely a wonderful person. And for me to work with someone that I know that loved the community, that loved the kids, Love everything that he did. It was just, he was extraordinary. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, to the family, you have my deepest condolences for him. We're gonna miss him. And I can say that we're doing the Ray Life Senior Field. It was absolutely wonderful. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So my deepest heartfelt condolences to the Lai family. I had the privilege of playing for Coach Lai when I played for All Wags baseball team many years ago, and have since then developed and had a really great relationship with Mr. Lai. So my heart goes out to his family, and I'm happy to support this item. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
So I believe it's so important to give people their flowers while they can smell them. He was able to see the field in his honor, the plaque be installed, and to throw the first baseball on the field. And I remember one of the conversations that was had with him about the great work that he's done, and going to the viewing and watching it even after, to hear people like Brother Art Easton and Chief Moody and Assemblyman Wembley talk about how much of a giant he was to our community and to recreation, and so many people of all backgrounds. He helped to make sure that they were able to play, have uniforms, and it just goes on. I remember him saying after everything was done, he looked and said, "Thank you." And I replied to him, "No, thank you. If it were not for you, many people's lives would not be saved." So long live the legacy of an icon that the city has known and loved for years, Mr. Ray Lai Sr., and my heartfelt condolences to his family, his wife, his daughter, and his son, and all the other relatives. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
My deepest condolences to the family. I apologize. I was not able to attend to the funeral service. I was not in town, but I was the first male PTO president at Eastside High School after Councilwoman Cotton left the presidency. Remember that?
Yes.
And he was a well-orientated father for all of us in the high school. So I could recall a lot of good things. So my vote is yes. Rest in peace, champion.
Madam President?
I'm so happy that we were able to support the dedication and to see him there, to see him in church, the family. I'm just happy that I'm part of history. I also, I want to say rest in heaven, and I want to also say happy birthday to Mr. Cotton. I'm sure that you both are up there enjoying each other's company. So with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 25 is hereby adopted.
Very good. 26.
Next item is item number 26, resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Reverend Dr. Samuel Jackson of Exodus Baptist Church. It's sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Dr. Lilisa Mims. City Council Resolution 22-401.
Second.
Number 26, Councilwoman.
I'm sorry, you know
26.
what, is that mine?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you move it.
Okay, moved by Councilwoman Cotton. Do I have a second?
I second it.
Second by Councilwoman Mims, Velez, and Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 26 for approval.
We're looking at item number 26 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. To the family of Reverend Dr. Samuel Jackson of the Exodus Baptist Church, I want to give you my deepest condolences. I want to recognize his life and legacy along with Councilwoman Mims and I. He's on 12th Avenue, but he was truly a community person. There at the daycare center. So I'm honored to be able to memorialize his life and legacy. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
The work that Reverend Dr. Samuel Jackson did, never be forgotten. He helped so many of our youth in the Fourth Ward, especially in that playground area. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
46 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 26 is hereby adopted.
Item 27, Madam
Yes,
Clerk.
yes, ma'am. Next item, item number 27, resolution memorializing the life and legacy of Miss Alice Adriana Paterson Rogers, sponsored by Dr. Mims and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton. City Council Resolution 22402.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 27 for approval.
Yes, roll call on item number 27 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's, give my condolences to the life and legacy of Miss Alice Patterson Rogers. You know, there's people that are passing that has given us, or haven't given me so much knowledge, and I know I stood on their shoulders to be able to sit here today. And hopefully, I'm gonna have somebody stand on my shoulders so they can sit here in the future. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Arrangements to get this done. I told her absolutely. Her mother was such a sweet gem, and will definitely be missed from our community and from the Agape family. My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
Rest in peace. We're losing a lot of champions, though, you know, and I know they're going to be missed in the community. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
46 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 27 is hereby adopted. Number 30.
30, please.
Next item is item number 30, resolution on the Paterson Code, Chapter 129, Bazaar, addressing a license for Bronx Inc. to conduct a carnival in West Side Park. Finance, Resolution 22405.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims and Cotton.
No.
Well, you already gave that out.
Huh? It's, 30, right?
So,
Good.
no one asked any questions.
Yes,
They've
I
asked
have-
of
I
the
have-
others, but
I
just
have
to
a- I
look
have
at
a
the
que-
application, it only indicates 75 people in attendance.
And I want to just bring this up. They have a letter, and I want to encourage them. The Bronx Shield of Passaic County is a minority law enforcement association, compromised law enforcement officer who live in Passaic County. So they don't need police. They're going to be supplying their own police.
They are
Officer, right? Correct. Yeah, that's why I want to put on the record, just in case you guys see that they are volunteering their time for that purpose. So I just want to put on the record that police officers.
What? They don't need a contract for EMTs?
Actually, I don't know
I'm
if they
just kidding.
they are trained for
I'm
EMT.
just kidding.
I see them with badge says EMT probably.
Bronzy,
all
Bronzy's not
EMT.
officers.
Oh,
No,
they're
he's
part
talking
of
about-
officers.
The depart,
You just said it was.
No, Bronze Shields.
that's why
It's
I'm
included
sorry.
in the
Bronze
application.
Shield. I'm really Bronze Shield. so
Okay.
I just thought it was Bronze
Okay.
Heat. I don't know where I get
Madam
Bronze
Clerk.
Heat from.
Roll call, please.
Bronze Shield.
Roll call on item number 30, approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to say to the Bronx Heat, they've been at all the schools cooking for their Fields Day or right before school get out. You know, I see them at all the schools, and they provide all the hot dogs, the hamburgers.
Yes, they do.
They were just everywhere in the month of June, cooking at all of our schools. And I want to say to the Bronx Heat, I appreciate you guys, because your organization is just a community organization that helps everybody. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Bronze Heat, thank you for all that you do in our community. making sure where there are needs and gaps, that you're always there to fill them, no matter what entity, organization, or whoever they are. So our city appreciates the work that you do, and I definitely support it as well. And there is, in this application, there's a partnership, Councilman Jackson, with the Bronze Shield as well, as far, and it's a statement as relates to making sure that there is police presence and public safety. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Listen, I commend the board of director, Brown Shields and Brown Heat, that's why I say Brown Heat, because they always give back. Oh, nobody's listening? They are, the fire department are up right now. And Brown Shields. Also, Dalton Price is a well community-oriented individual from Paterson, so. Okay? All of them. So hot dogs and hamburgers on that.
Can you vote?
My vote is yes. It's a carnival.
Madam President?
Yes, 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 yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 30 is hereby adopted.
Very good. Item 31.
Next item is item number 31, resolution on the Paterson Code, Chapter 129, bazaars, addressing a license for Ela Poblanita, Jerry Pereira,
Where's that?
conduct a rodeo. Finance, I don't know, Councilman, I just tried to pronounce it.
Rodeo.
Resolution 22406.
Where's that one? What's the number?
So
That
moved.
is the
It's a
bazaar
rodeo.
addressing the license for La Poblanita Jaripeira to conduct a rodeo.
So moved.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Hold on for a minute.
I have a discussion about something.
Okay, so wait. So it was moved by Councilwoman Mims, and it was seconded
Second.
by Councilman Velez. Discussion, Councilman.
Madam BA,
31.
the insurance. Have we checked the insurance and everything okay? Because as far as I know, these same people, they used to do the rodeo in Passaic. And I believe for some reason Passaic banned them because there wasn't a
This is not the same group.
major accident there. It's not the same group?
No.
Who was the other group?
And we had the rodeo here.
This
in
is the
the
one.
I know we
city.
have. I know we have.
This is the one that did it back here.
I know we have. This is a dangerous sports, Councilman. I'm just curious, like, you know anything about one of those rodeo group getting banned in Passaic? Okay, but I just want you guys to just be aware of what's going on. Okay, if a big accident or something happen and it comes to the city, then we'll be liable for it, Council President. Thank you.
President,
I'm sorry,
Council President.
hold on,
Hold on,
Councilman,
yeah.
because this went through finance and it went through workshop. And so it's here. And so, are you saying for us not to?
This is what I heard is.
Oh, no.
No, I understand, but I think you need,
same- If it is the same
Thank you
company,
for
same
the time.
people, might be other people, they used to do
Okay,
the
so-
same thing in Passaic. Passaic banned them due to an accident, almost somebody got killed.
No, is that the right name?
no,
I
I'm,
don't know either.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
Somebody got killed, that's.
But this is a dangerous game, you know, those rodeo. Have you been to a rodeo? I'm not talking about horses, these are big bulls. Right.
Yeah.
These are big bulls.
Yeah, this is the big bull that you jump it in, los cuernos, y all that. Yeah, that one.
Anyway, it seems like they have all the paperwork in order. Let's just move forward, Council President.
Council President, I don't see how many police officers they're gonna have there.
the what?
Police officers. Where is it?
Hold on.
I see the EMS. And they attract a lot of
So
people.
these people are from Paterson, just so you know. All right.
Well, they will get to the police department later.
Okay.
Well, Councilman is correct, there is no police contract.
And they're gonna have rides too.
No, they're not having.
They're having performers. They have performers too.
Right, singers, but not rides.
Yeah, they have rides. Oh, rides, unless the bulls are the rides.
That's probably what the ride is.
Nobody could jump on it, only them.
Certificate of liability. Yeah, they're Paterson, Mezzanine.
And let me tell you something, vendors, whatever independent or managed by others, they need to
You
get
see
the,
Contract is there.
the police is there.
where,
The police contract is there, I say.
where?
All right, let's move
Page
forward.
number 12.
Police chief designee, it's right, the assignment officers,
Yeah, they signed off.
it's there. All right,
Oh,
Madam
yeah,
Clerk,
that's
roll
right.
call.
I didn't got this on Friday, this would have done today.
Sorry, roll call on item number 31 for approval, Councilwoman Cotton.
How many police they have?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Hold on, I wanna see how many police they have before they vote. No, I don't, it's not here. You get- I wanna make sure the animal control is higher there, because in one of those bulls get loose, man, he goes after it. Council President, you know that last time, it was packed.
It doesn't state in there how many police officers they have.
So I'm looking at that right now. So I don't know, council members, do you want to,
When is this?
When is this?
this is,
Oh, they could come for the next meeting on the 14th?
our next meeting,
12.
The workshop will be on the 12th.
We could do a special there.
I think, Council President, we're doing the roll call. Let's finish the roll call.
Okay, let's do- 'cause this is-
And
this is what-
also, we should get in touch with the police chief to make sure that we have enough security.
so Madam BA, so we're in roll call, and it'll be conditioned, so we're gonna go ahead, right?
the condition.
If we do not have, okay, by tomorrow, and in email, you see the ones that are,
Contract.
okay, because I see the contract, and I see the payments and all that, but I don't see the number. Okay, I don't see a number there. Okay, we need that clarified. If we don't, then we're rescinding it. Okay?
Council President, may I?
Corporation Counsel.
Thank you. May I suggest that perhaps the proper way to be to conditionally approve it, subject to them providing this? That way, you don't have to take another vote and another reso later on to rescind
Very
it.
good, okay.
Yeah, I
That's
was
why
gonna-
you're
I was
Corporation
gonna say
Counsel.
that
So
soon as-
for the record, Madam,
It's my time to
this
vote.
is subject to, give me the verbiage again.
Conditional approval,
Subject to,
render,
it's subject to
Amount of police
approval of the
officers.
police contract.
Subject to the applicant providing a police contract specifying the number of police officers
There
that
you
will be
go.
present.
Right there.
It's an amendment. You,
That's the condition you're gonna.
yes, that's correct, Dr. Mims.
So then we have to go start the roll call again.
I'll defer to the,
Yes, the amendment has to be done first
Clerk.
before we actually vote on this.
Can everyone take their vote back?
So everyone can,
The move in the second. Okay, so Councilwoman
their
Mims has
vote.
removed her motion, and Councilman Velez has removed his second.
yes.
Well, we can keep the motion and second on the floor.
Right.
That's fine.
Another thing is,
But the
before
vote
we,
that we already had, I'm sorry, Councilman.
Sorry.
So, Madam Clerk, can you please put on the record how we'll proceed?
Right, so the motion and second is fine. So at this time, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Kalik, and Councilman Mims will withdraw their vote. And thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mims, okay. So now we can put a motion and a second to amend this resolution. And the amendment is subject to the applicant providing contract for the amount of police officers? Is that what it is?
Yes. That is correct.
Submit evidence, contract, and amount of
The
police officers.
contract for number of officers.
In writing. Also, Council President, I just want to make sure that if they have also a liquor license through the state to advise us, because
Okay, so
that.
just so you
yeah.
know, and that, because I did my due diligence on that one, okay? That is a process, they're going through their process, that's ABC, that bizarre, that goes through the state, that goes through the approval of the chief and the clerk. So this application is not subject to that. If they get approved, that's the state, that's through the chief and
Yeah,
through-
but that also is a matter of how many police officers they're gonna have.
Right,
Because
and
what
that,
happened
and
is,
that's good, that's a good,
because what happened is, it gets approved now, they go next week, get the one-day license, the contract of the police is already done, the police don't know they have
Yeah, but that's being signed out, just so you know, that gets
And you know
signed,
they
so the
get happy.
police will know, because the chief and
Had to sign it,
ABC
correct.
has to sign off
Correct.
on it, and Madam Clerk. Okay, very good. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 31
So
with
that-
amendment?
Yes, Madam President. So that application is something totally different.
Correct,
From
correct,
this.
yeah, no.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, so I need a motion and a second to amend for the
Move.
resolution.
Second.
Moved by
Okay,
Councilman
Councilman
Velez,
Velez.
second by Councilman Khalid.
Khalid. Roll
Roll
call to
call.
amend item number 31, and the amendment is, the council is requested in writing that the applicant provide a contract for the number of police officers present at this event. So Councilwoman Khan? Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Corporate Counsel.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The amendment on item number 31 is hereby approved. So a roll call now to adopt it with the
Roll
amendment.
call, Madam Clerk, on item 31 for approval with amendment.
Yes. Roll call for item number 31 for approval with the amendment. Councilwoman Khan?
She don't have an announcement today, she already did it.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 31 is hereby adopted with the amendment, as amended with the amendments. Number 31.
Very good.
Number
Madam Clerk,
32.
Oh, we got more?
Next item is item number 32. And item number 32 reads, resolution certifying that all members of the City Council of the City of Paterson have personally reviewed at a minimum the required section of the 2020 Transition Year Audit Finance Resolution 22407.
Moved.
When we had the discussion?
Councilman, this came to workshop, and this came to our home, and now we're here to approve or deny. So this is to approve, to certify that all members have read, personally reviewed, at minimum the required sections of the 2020 transition year audit. So, Madam Clerk, I am moving this item.
Oh, I say I move.
Oh, okay, so moved by
Second.
Councilman Velez and second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 32 for approval.
Okay, so, so it's moved by Councilman Velez,
And second by Councilman Kalik.
second by Councilman Kalik. Okay, continue with the roll call?
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. Roll call on item number 32 for approval. Councilwoman Khan? Yes. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 32 is hereby adopted. Jennifer will be bringing around a sheet for item number 32 that all the council members who are
Everybody has to
present
Who's Jennifer?
to sign.
Oh, say I thought you.
Here.
Okay, Madam Clerk, very well. Jennifer, if you can
32,
do
she'll
that
bring
while
it
we
around.
go with item number 33.
Yes. Next item is item number 33, resolution to approve a corrective action plan in response to an audit received for the 2020 transition year finance resolution 22408.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton and second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 33 for approval.
Roll call on item number 33 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Javier, the CFO, the issue that we had in 2020 with the Bunker Hill Association, you was able to get that corrected, Madam BA. They received the tax bills really late, but I'm happy to see that it was corrected. And that was the only action on there. Thank you, Javier.
Yeah.
CFO, thank you, Madam BA. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
My vote is yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
A lot of improvement, only one corrected, that's good. That's a training process, huh? Let's start with one, at least we're moving forward. My vote is yes.
Madam President?
Everything you said is what I was going to say, so I will not repeat it. Thank you very, very much, Mr. CFO. It's nice to see that there's only one item on the corrective action plan. With that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 33 is hereby adopted.
Very good. Item 34, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 34, resolution authorizing purging of taxes on Block 3507, Lot 34, also known as 325 Hamilton Avenue, owned by Unisporex LLC, Finance Resolution 22409.
I'm trying to think of.
Number 34.
Okay, so first of all, we can't even discuss it. Who's gonna move it in second? Moved by Councilman Kalik, I'll second it. I'm just gonna quickly just say this. This is for, an action taken back in 2017 and the first half of 2018, Mr. CFO?
That's correct. The property was demolished by a fire.
And it was, let's just see here, I just lost my, so this was 325 Hamilton Ave.
325.
Okay, it was destroyed by fire and demolished, okay, in 2015. So we continue to erroneously build them?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
roll call on item 34 for approval.
Next item is item number 34 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Page
What-
2.
What's the amount?
111,000.
111,000? And it was destroyed by the fire, and it was demolished.
Okay, Councilman, we're in voting.
I know, but they got money for the demolish and also got money for the property, right? My vote is yes, because it's already here.
Madam President?
So this was due to delinquency that was caused to the account of the subjects that were not owed. And on June 27, 2018, tax sale certificate was sold to the city for the second half of 2017 and the first half for 2018. So the tax assessor and finance director have recommended that the correction be made and that the taxes, interest, and costs billed in error as contained in the aforementioned tax sale certificate be purged from the subject property account. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Wow.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 34 is hereby adopted.
35 is the same, clerk to redeem a tax lien certificate. Actually, this is not purging taxes. This
Next
to
item
redeem a
is
tax lien
item-
certificate. Roll call, I mean, not roll call, Madam Clerk, item 35 for the record. I believe this is the last item, council members, on the agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next item is item number 35, resolution authorizing tax collector to redeem tax lien certificate number 21-00570 sold to third-party investor on taxes caused by leased uncity-owned property at Block 4801, Lot 3, Finance Resolution 22-410.
Move, question.
Moved by Councilman Velez, do I have a second?
Second discussion.
Discussion.
Okay, this is the Libby's property, am I correct?
Correct.
Mr. CFO?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Kalik?
Can you give me the summary of this resolution?
We took over the property, then we built them, then we sold those into liens. And once we took over the property, they should have been. So we just.
So
have to
basically,
refund.
we're paying those lien holders money
Their
so we
money
could
back.
have the complete possession of their property.
Right, we should have never, we should have,
We should have
once
ne-
we took over the property should have been exempt. We should have never billed anybody.
Okay.
We should have never sold liens on.
So we sold the tax lien to somebody, and we own their property. Wow. Great job. Thank you. Roll call, madam.
Roll call, Madam Clerk?
No, hold on.
Okay, Councilman Velez.
Through the precedent, Madam Pres, I know this was not in your, I believe so, yes, it was. But you telling me that Libby's is a profit, it was a restaurant, and they was tax exempt?
Once we took over,
Mr.
they should have been
CFO?
tax exempt.
Once they took over.
Once the city took over in 2018 or 2019.
So, based on the article that I read, the city always was the owner of the property,
But they got
and
to
they
pay
didn't pay
taxes.
rent.
They paid rent. But they was behind, but they paid rent. They was behind, but they paid rent.
Okay. Well, at one point, they didn't pay.
Okay.
So, what was the amount?
Is it 29,199?
So,
Well, wait, that was calculated to
Yeah.
May 31st, 2022.
yeah,
So the entire amount to be paid to FIG to redeem the subject tax sale certificate amounts to $50,275 with 55 cents, calculated by May 31st, 2022.
correct. So, Madam BA, now that this is gonna be in zero, or CFO, right? No, but Madam BA, because you already gave me the numbers. Madam BA, what is the plan as you, as a business administrator of this site? Moving forward, no, because now it's a dumping site. So moving forward, are we gonna fence it? Are we gonna RFP? Are we gonna do how you call that when you go on the highway, a rest area or something? you
Right.
know?
Council President, if I could respond.
Madam BA.
I do know that this is one of the items that our Economic Development Director has some ideas on. In particular, we have this funding now that we're going to be doing citywide plans and some planning, and one of the ideas was to, and as part of the redevelopment plan for this area, to have that be included in that plan. I can get an update for you on that and have him, either report to the Economic Development Committee and share this with the council.
And that property is not in County Road, right? Oh, yes,
McBride.
McBride's County?
I'm guessing. I don't know.
Yeah, because
offhand.
it
I-
crossed three
It- yeah, I think
towns,
McBride
correct,
is
or four,
a
yeah.
large, right.
Yeah,
I think
correct.
it's a county road.
All right,
But the property, the city owns, like on both sides. There's a
correct,
lot
yeah.
on the other
The
side.
side
as
by the
well.
little park? and
Yep,
the others.
correct.
I'm noticing people are parking trailers, tractor trailers, and companies in front of it in there, so,
Yeah,
it looks awful. Great Fall is there.
yeah. I can ask for an update from our
Yeah,
ED director.
thank you. Let's see if they give us, let's see if they give us $3 million. Huh?
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Roll call on item number 35 for approval. Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Madam President.
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. Item number 35 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much. Can I have a motion to close?
Move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Kalik. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the regular meeting of Tuesday, January 28th.
Long time, we don't come out.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the regular meeting of June 28, 2022. Councilwoman
Did I say
Cotton.
January?
I don't know what you said.
I'm sorry, June 28th. I think I said January. Oh, God.
I don't remember. Don't forget to give her those foresight
Okay,
resolutions she needs to sign.
Councilman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just have a few announcements I would like to say, if I may. Oh God, the Sigma Beta Club is having their 18th annual 2022 scholarship luncheon on July 9th from 11 to 7, from 11 to 4 at the Brownstone. Ronald Jackson, who is the principal of, not principal, but the football coach at Kennedy High School, I believe that he's the president now. So if you're interested, it's the 18th annual Sigma Beta Club scholarship luncheon. And I want to say to the Sigma, thank you guys so much. You know, you guys put all those bicycles together for me for the Ed Cotton Foundation, that we had the second giveaway bicycle for the Christmas holidays. These guys were really wonderful at putting this together. Also, I just want to remind you, everyone, for upcoming events, Ruby Vision will be having her annual luncheon in August. I know it's not July yet, but it's August 13th. If you want to see tickets, anything that I announced that you need to call, you can just call my office and you can ask for me. Also, don't forget about, oh goodness. I know, thank you, Councilman. Don't forget, Ruby Vision will have their annual fundraiser on August the 13th at the Need. If anything, if you would like to get tickets from me, please do so. I just want to remind my people of the Fourth Ward, National Night Out is coming up again the first Tuesday in August. There's always National Night Out. Last year, we joined together at Barber Park. I would like to do the same thing again. If we can partnership together, we can get more organizations to come together, and we can be together all at Barber Park. Please reach out to me. You will be getting a letter from Miss Stella Fisher McCall about National Night Out, so please, if you can, just reach out to me. Also, I would like to say to, don't forget about the swearing-in ceremony. Even though I didn't win, but I can still say the swearing-in ceremony, which would be July 1st at International High School. Also, I would like to give my husband a big shout out. Happy heavenly birthday. His birthday is after 12 o'clock. So he's June 29th. He's gone now for 2 years, but we all miss him. We love him dearly. But, you know, every day people call me and tell me all the good things that he had done for them while he was here. So to my Big Eddie, happy heavenly birthday to you. And he would have been 74 today. So, council colleagues, I knew I should have wrote something down, but I forgot. Anyhow, Madam Clerk, I know what I wanted to say. Flavio, he left already. Council. I know he can see me. I just want to say to him, you know, I'm working with you for this past 4 years. You know, we had our differences, our ups and downs, but what I always say, when you come on the city council, you work with everybody, no matter what. So he has that new baby at home that he needs to take care of, and it's not easy having children and being a council person, and especially little ones, is not easy. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, to all my council colleagues, have a good night. See you Friday. Madam BA, Chief Financial Officer, and of course my legal man, Amen. I always say my legal guy. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid.
And you too, Madam Clerk and Jennifer.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Happy birthday to the champ in heaven, Ed Cotton. Also, I want to thank our council president. It's been a tough year, you know. I believe today is the last meeting before the reorg on Friday, around 2:30. I want to thank you for your patience. I also want to thank Councilman Rivera. You know, he was here for 4 years. I mean, if you look at, rewind the 4 years, I had a lot of disagreement with the Councilman at Large, Flavio Rivera. Also, I learned a lot from him. We should agree to disagree, you know, but definitely we'll miss him. I know some of the council members won't, but I think we'll miss him. And once again, thank you, Council President.
I appreciate your words. Thank you. See you on Friday.
See you on Friday. And my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez, we are closing the meeting.
Oh, yeah?
Just a reminder.
Oh, she came back.
No, she called your name.
Oh, okay. You know, happy birthday to the champion, Ed Cotton. And look at this. I just picking up Flavio desk, and I find this. IBF convention, you know?
Yep.
I know. I know. So, you know, Madam Clerk, just make sure this is Flavio's.
We'll put it on his
Yeah,
desk.
I was trying to clean his desk before he leave, but you know. To the community, there's a lot of announcement was done today, but there's one important that I want to invite the community. If you cannot make it July 1st to the International High School, you could watch it to Channel 77 Optimum and Channel 32 Files. But please, come down. We got 250 seats, right? I believe so, at that school. And let's celebrate the re-election of Councilwoman Dr. Lisa Mintz, and also my sister for a long time, Councilwoman Marissa Davila, and also giving welcome to Councilman Uding. It's going to be a good inauguration, and congratulating the mayor at the same time in his re-election. As I say, elections are over. There's a big tax out there that we need to improve in our city. Hopefully from July 1st on, this administration understand and believe that to treat this 4 year like it was the first term of the mayor. The 2 years that he's claimed that he had only because the pandemic was here is a testament what he had to get done. And I know the experience is there. Hopefully we can move forward. Council President, we did have a healthy discussion with DCA, the time that I was there. And those individuals that probably do not understand this side sometimes, we have the PowerPoint. I make copies and give it to them for you can know that what we discuss of government in the city of Paterson. So saying that we're not perfect, we try to get to the perfection with the acknowledgement every day that we receive, at the same time with the acknowledgement that we have with the sentiment of the community in heart. So 4th of July is here, almost here. Residents of Paterson, please take into consideration that there's an ordinance of fireworks. And make sure you take consideration of your neighbors, elderly, seniors, kids. Make sure you be safe. Saying that, Kai, I'll be home soon. My vote is yes.
Thank you.
My
Councilwoman
door. I got a
Mims.
nice, beautiful door.
And so, Paterson, I just want to give out my condolences to all those that are grieving due to the loss of their loved ones. I'm definitely praying for our community with all these shootings that are going on. Even as we sat here tonight, another shooting on East 18th Street. So I am really praying for our community with these incidents that are happening all all over our city that are impacting our young people in this community. So I'm praying for some level of peace and unity and coming together in these incidents. It's already been stated this Friday, I will be sworn in along with Council President Davila, Councilman-elect Uden, and the mayor for our being reelected for 4 more years. So if you're available, please come out on Friday at 12 at International, and then 2:30, we will be here for the reorganization meeting. There's so many great things that are happening in the community. I want to congratulate all the graduates today. It was so many graduations going on, elementary, high school, going on today. So to all the families, the parents, and all these moving up ceremonies, congratulations to all those students that are preparing to go away to college. Much success. Let's keep praying for our city. Let's keep working together, and let's keep building a better Paterson. God bless you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk and Secretaries, for all you do.
Thank you. Madam President?
So I want to thank my council colleague, Councilman colleague, my Vice President, for acknowledging my council presidency this past year. And Councilman Velez, I think that everyone out there has seen that it is definitely not an easy job. I appreciate giving the opportunity by my colleagues to have served in this year. And I'm looking forward to Friday's reorganization. I'm looking forward to being sworn in for another 4 years. I truly appreciate our Paterson residents. I appreciate Madam Clerk, your professionalism, your patience, along with the entire staff. I love my assistant. She's been definitely God sent to me, Reverend Phyllis Riley. I want to thank the administration, Madam BA, Corporation Counsel, CFO Silva. I know that you all can see that I'm a person of my word. I take a stance. I don't go with the waves, and I think that it's important that anyone in this position, you take a stand and you stand strong. I look forward to the next 4 years, and definitely doing some, new things, greater things, and I want to continue having, the open discussions that are important for the council, so that where there is a communication. I'm looking forward to more conversations and more retreats and workshops with DCA. I think that's important as well. Just for the record, Councilwoman Khan, you weren't listening when I was speaking, but I was the first one to shout out the champion at 12 o'clock, okay? That's what I was saying, Councilwoman. I'm saying happy birthday to Mr. Ed Cotton, to our former councilman and our champion in Paterson, and another champion of your heart. But with that said, I appreciate all of my colleagues, and I am looking forward to being sworn in along with Councilwoman at Large, Dr. Mims, and I'm looking forward also to having a newly elected Councilman-elect, MD Fareed Uding. I think that this next term, but I believe in this next year, a lot is going to happen. I want to also give a special shout out to my aide, who has been by my side, still standing. I beat him down all the time, and I'll put it on public because I do it in public. But I appreciate him. I truly do. I don't say it much. He knows I'm very tough. When I want to get work done, it gets done. And he knows that. But I appreciate the fact that since we have approved the resolution to have aides, he has been standing by my side, and that says a lot, so no special interviews, okay? But anyway, God bless you, Paterson. I'm looking forward to Friday. And lastly, if you want to come and then celebrate the swearing in, celebrate the reorganization meeting, join us at 5:30 for the food trucks. That's July 1st. That's July 1st, and then there's going to be, which by the way, I don't appreciate it's on the 1st. It takes away from Councilwoman Mims, me, and Councilman Udine, and the mayor, right? But I guess, I don't know who decided July 1st was the date, but that's the date that's on for the Celebrate Paterson, and there's gonna be fireworks and food trucks and all of that, starting, I believe, at 5:30 till I think 9:30 over at the Great Falls. So, with that said, the last person that I did not
Fifth Ward.
thank.
The Fifth Ward, Great
I'm sorry,
Falls.
it is the Fifth Ward now.
Yes.
I also want to congratulate once again the mayor, and we will see you, Mayor. You're probably not watching this, but we will see you on Friday. Thank you. God bless Paterson. God bless you all.
I
Good
got
night.
a library too.
Good night. My vote is yes to close.
A museum.
Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The regular meeting of June 28, 2022 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Jane.